Okay, what is up YouTube? How are you doing? Good morning or afternoon or night or wherever you live in the world. Good to have you here as price is moving this morning. We did some analysis. I was very late last night, like home very late last night. So a morning update was going to be difficult, but I wanted to go live earlier than usual. And here we are as price is moving as well. Because we were expecting a move to the upside this morning. I was writing in Discord and in Telegram. And yeah, we're going to go through the local price section, of course, Elliott Waves, and then zoom out. So we're going to start with the local range, and then slowly we're going to zoom out to the higher time frames. Welcome, everyone. Lucas, first indeed. Bruno, welcome as well. Nick K, what's up? Missed your lives. I'm back now. I'm back after 2 days. Pretty much 2 days for me because I was on the other side of the country, only there for one night. But yeah, I had 2 speaking gigs there in Tubbergen, and the other one was in Oldenzaal for the Dutchies here. Davey, welcome. Ben Robot, what's up? Sunil Narang, how you doing? Station 2K16, welcome as well. Let me open my bottle. Only do that once, so you won't hear me do that all the time. Okay, so let's start. Because this morning I was quite active in the silver section because of the price action that we had this morning, where also one of the scenarios was this. So we're going to go over, of course, both bull and bear. And we're going to start with this range. So let me clean the chart here. And first talk about, am I going to do the gap here? No, not yet. We're going to get to this gap later. Up. And we're going to start on the 4 hour. Let's start with, instead of the range locally, we're going to start with this stuff. And then we go through the folders, we zoom in, and what we're going to be looking for locally. What's up, Krawatski Tula? Savidi Krub. That's what I'm saying exactly. Mr. Brownbuck, how you doing? All just helping Olga with the comment and like. Thanks, Brownbuck. What's up, Mark? How you doing? Okay. So we're going to go through bear and bull, right? But locally, that's of course interesting. We have the push now, but that's what we expected this morning. But I'll talk about that in a second, and what I wrote to silver as well. So first things first. This is your bearish scenario, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-wave move. If we're looking for a wave 5, we're looking for an impulse, and we're currently working then on a wave 4. Wave 2 retraced to the 0.236 Fibonacci, taken from the high to the low of wave 1, which is a very rare target for a wave 2. So it does impact the probabilities of this scenario. Wave 4 common target, taken from the high to the low here of wave 3, is between the 382 and the 05, between 40.4 and 41K. Daily naked point of control here is the most important resistance above price at 40.8K. Now what's interesting about the daily naked point of control here is that it is in the middle of a daily gap. So this is the daily time frame, and if I open the point of controls, then you can see that the daily naked point of control is in the middle of the gap. And this is interesting with regards to probabilities, because the daily naked point of control is important resistance. But the moment you close, especially daily candles inside a daily gap, it increases the probabilities to fill the gap. If you fill the gap, you invalidate the bearish scenario, as the invalidation is the high of the gap pretty much, 41.4K. So that is going to be very interesting. If price does move up, I prefer that to happen before the weekend hits, because the weekend tends to be a ranging structure most commonly and not impulsive. So if we stay below the invalidation, or pretty much below the 05 here and below the daily naked point of control for today, probabilities of course are higher. We're going to continue ranging here for the remainder of the weekend, which does increase probabilities to go back down at a later stage. So The answer, Shadow Jacker, by the way, is yes. I'll get to that in a second. So in this scenario, we don't want to have overlap between wave 1 and wave 4 in an impulse, right? That's something you see in diagonals. You don't want to see it in an impulse. Wave 1 and 4 are not allowed to overlap in an impulse. That's why the invalidation is 41.4K, which is this low over here. If we're looking for a wave 5 to the downside, then an interesting target is this yellow box, 37K 37.7, because of the weekly naked point of control and the monthly naked point of control in that area. If we pull fibs from the high to the potential low of A1 and therefore 5 at about 37K, your target area for B or 2, if we're looking for an A, B, C, or a 1, 2, 3, is this over here. The 382 to the 886, common target for B, 41.6, 47.7, common target for 2, 05786, 43K, 46.5. That is a very big area. So let's be more specific here because we got some areas of resistance, additional areas of resistance, right? Blue box here, just below the 05, 42.5, 42.7. Then we have 43, 43.2. Up here, personally, this is for me most interesting. Resistance, that is. Not that price will make it all the way up there, but it's definitely the most interesting resistance, which is 45.9 to 46.7K. If I open the levels, then you can see what's inside as well. In case you want to copy that on your chart. The weekly here at 43.9 is still a level I do keep in mind. But this weekly level is also in the middle of a bigger daily gap. So as just explained, right, we have, let me clean this up a little bit. Go to the daily. So we have a daily gap here, right? Okay, that's one, but we have another one here. And this daily gap has been tested once, we rejected, right? That's normal. We didn't close any daily candles inside this area. However, if price comes back to this area and reaches the key level, which is the high of this candle here, it increases probabilities to fill the gap, which therefore lowers the probabilities that the weekly will hold, but it's still a level that I keep in mind. Now, if price then fills the gap though, I'm going to be looking mainly for this resistance, right? Yeah, we have the high of the gap here at 45.5K. Of course, that's interesting. But for me, this is the most interesting area of resistance. So either preferably stay below or move all the way up. And we keep in mind the weekly that we have at that level as well. Up, up, up. Organize my chart. So in this scenario, we're looking for a 3 or a 5 wave structure to the downside as explained, right? What lowers the probabilities is the 0.236 for a wave 2. That's not great. Okay. That is the main thing. And we have to remember that because of the probabilities I'll explain at the end. The more bullish scenario is we are finished. We have a 5 wave structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the downside. Wave 4 retraced to the 0.382. So instead of a 1, 2, and then a move down, where 2 went to the 0.236, taken from the high to the low, this is now wave 4 in this scenario. The fib is taken from the end of 2 to the low of 3, and the 382 is a common target for a wave 4, and then we have a 5 wave structure down in a wave 5. Because wave 3 is quite similar in length compared to wave 1, it does increase probabilities for wave 5 to be extended, which is then the case in this scenario. Trend-based fib from the high of 1 to the end of 1 to the end of wave 2, and you can see that this wave 3 is marginally longer than wave 1, but it didn't reach the 1.618, which usually is a minimum extension target. So that opens the door for a wave 5 to possibly be extended, which is then the case in this scenario. Now there's of course 3 counts for an impulse down that is finished here, right? You have a C, an A, or a 1. Probabilities based on the price action here, which is very messy, would at the moment still suggest this is a higher probability of a wave A or a wave 1, but we only really know with a retracement to the upside, because like the question of Shadow Jacker basically implies, can this be the low and go to all-time, well, not all-time high, I wouldn't say all-time high here, at the moment, but we can talk about it in a second. I thought you meant this one. I didn't see the ATH. I thought it was just the high here. But in that case, right, A, B, C finished and up take the high. But then we want to see, of course, a bigger impulsive structure to the upside. The moment we see corrective structures here, we're going to be looking for a move down. So the only way to get above is an impulse. 1, 2, we want to see a 3, 4, and eventually a 5, and we want to see the high taken, right? So we want to see a big move. And it all depends on the retracement to the upside. This corrective, we look down. This impulsive, still potential for a move up, but at the moment, probabilities are higher for a move down based on the context of what we have here and then the impulse down. So, yeah. Local stuff. So on the 15-minute, if this is your low, you want to see impulsive structures to the upside. So the question is, from this low, do we have an impulse, a diagonal, or a double or triple 1, 2? Those are the only 3 structures that we can look for. Now this move here, for me, does not count as an impulse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, overlap between 1 and 4, that's not what you want to see, invalidates an impulse. Then we have number 2, a diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's the same structure, but now overlap is preferred in a diagonal. So the moment you have overlap and you think about an impulse, you got to switch to a diagonal. Now this wave 3 is longer than wave 1, which is not common, but it doesn't invalidate a diagonal. We have seen it previously in the past couple of months a couple of times, and also the rules in Elliott waves have changed with regards to diagonals, where wave 3 can be longer than wave 1 and still be a contracting diagonal. And then we have the double 1, 2, which then pretty much is 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe another 1, 2, and a 3. But obviously we started ranging here instead of seeing a very, very big, strong impulse to the upside in a wave 3. So we're not looking for a double 1, 2. We're not looking here for an impulse. Probabilities of this being a bullish structure, if we only look at the bullish structures, would be for this to be a diagonal structure. Impulse, overlap between 1 and 4. We don't want to see that. Double 1, 2, we never got a big 3 up. We started ranging. And then you have the diagonal, potential A or 1, 2, B, and then C or 3 to the upside. I have seen, and we talk about probabilities at the end, right, in a second. I have seen triangle scenarios online as well as in Discord, and I have here a line down, up, but it can also be just this. I am not looking at this to be a triangle, and I just want to explain why, so that people understand from an Elliott wave perspective, because it has to do with the sub-degree waves of this structure, right? These 2 rules are important. In a triangle, 4 out of the 5 waves have to be zigzag structures. If one is not, it's usually C, D, or E. By far most common C or D, which then is a double or a triple zigzag. Wave E can also be a triangle by itself. So you have a triangle in a triangle, which is incredibly rare, right? You rarely ever see it. Now, the reason I don't like this being a triangle is because of this structure in the context of the whole range. So we want to see 4 out of 5 zigzags, right? Now we can count a triangle in 2 ways. Either this is your A, triangle B, and then C, or you have a W, X, and then you look for Y, right? Or you have, so A, B, C, D, E, and you would have moved down. Well, that doesn't work anymore, right? So then you have A, B, C, D, E, and then you're going to move up. A, B, C, to then the upside, no? 4 out of 5 waves have to be zigzag structures. If this is your A and this is your B, what happens here? In this area, you have a double zigzag. You can't have a simple because this high on the index chart and not on all charts took this high. So the higher probability is a 3-wave structure, correction, 3-wave structure, WXY. But in a wave B, that's not what we want to see. We want to see simple structures, not complex structures, really lowering the probabilities of a triangle in this scenario. Only by looking at this structure here. Arguably, this move, by the way, is also quite interesting. You can have an A here and a potential B. But this being a C down is a bit awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 retracing to the golden pocket. Not ideal, right? So if people are looking for triangles, what I usually prefer to see is fake outs. So I had the potential idea of moving to the daily naked point of control at the low and then move up. Fake out down, fake out up, and then potentially down, or fake out up, fake out down, and then move up. Because I like to look for fake outs. Instead, my bullish scenario, shared this morning in Discord here, is an ABC or a 1, 2, 3, where I'd be looking for a WX and then a wave Y. So we have a WXY, zigzag, zigzag, flat structure, after which we then look for a 1, 2 and continuation to the upside. Couple of 1, 2s locally, bullish CVD divergences, and then we want to see a wave 3 to the upside in this scenario. Now wave A or 1 is then of course the diagonal structure, right? Then we look for the WXY, higher low with this wave Y. That can happen. It is not as common that a wave Y does not take the low of W, but we have seen it before in the uptrend as well. And that means you want to see strong continuation because this is your first 1, 2. And then you have a few more and lift off. So if price cannot make it through this daily naked point of control impulsively, we're just going to be looking for price to move to the downside. And the moment you return back in the range, probabilities are much higher to take the low. We are almost at the most important resistance, 40.8K. So we're getting there. Interesting, but remember it's in the middle of that daily gap. Right, so we'll see what happens around this level here. The bearish scenario was a continuation of the range for me. I made this scenario yesterday while I was on the other side of the country. Now you may have seen it because my chart sharing has been on for the past 2 days. So anything that I did yesterday on my chart was stuff that you could have seen if you had the chart open as well. So you saw me counting and doing some stuff. So here I had the potential WXY, where preferably this is a range over the weekend, where W finished, move down. I wanted to see a move up. Well, potentially we have that move up. Before then, another move down to finish an X, complex X, to then start ranging throughout the weekend in a wave Y, sideways corrective structure. And then on Monday, take the lows up or take the highs down. Before then eventually what we expect is a retracement to the upside. Now CVD wise, we had bearish CVD countered by bullish CVD. However, when we look at these two, the preferred CVD is the bearish one because it appeared first. But then price started ranging to the upside, creating more bullish CVD divergences. This is therefore the second one towards the bullish side, which increases now the probabilities it switches to move up and take these highs, which happened, little rejection, but we got the continuation to the upside. So when we then talk about the probabilities, let me actually copy this from what I wrote. Ta-da. Right. So when we look at the probabilities, the general part is most important. And that's something we've been saying over the past days. We're looking for the relief rally. We weren't yet too confident. What was it? The latest update was 2 days ago, which was here. We weren't yet too confident about continuation. The probabilities I mentioned this morning is that very, very locally, when price was here, I was looking for upside. This was my key level. As you can see over here. How can I open this now? There we go. So I had the key level, which was the high here, a double top. The reason I was looking for upside was because we also hit the 886, taken from the high to the low. Price hit the 886, came back down, more bullish CVD divergences, increasing probabilities to take the high. With these bullish CVDs, we could be looking for that high that now played out. So looking for the key level to be taken with the potential of continuation. Observe the reaction if it takes the local high and if price hits the daily naked point of control, which that's where it is right now. We look for potential continuation. It depends on the reaction. Yeah, we got a little bit of a reaction here, but this is just one candle down and we started moving back up, right? So simple. Looking for upside after it took the high and moved to the daily naked point of control. On the low time frame, which is the 4-hour time frame, same as the past couple of videos, we are looking for a move to the upside. We had the bearish scenario and potentially the bullish scenario. Now my thoughts this morning switched to neutral, depends on the local price action, which is what I wrote here. Expecting to see the highs taken, and then we see what happens next. If it continues up, that's perfect, no? And we just follow the move to the upside. If we see a big rejection or price moves back down in the range, also here, we're going to be looking for a move to the downside. But generally, on the low time frame, we are looking for a relief rally, potential continuation, but a relief rally at the moment would have the higher probability, being a wave B or a wave 2. On the high time frame, which is something we can talk about in a second, probabilities are also neutral between a wave C as in and we go much lower, or we're still going to range in bigger force and take the high. That depends also on the retracement we get here. So a lot depends on the retracement and the relief rally. So generally, we're looking for a rally sooner or later. So these were my thoughts this morning, showing you a little bit of the process that I had, like my thinking process this morning as well. And yeah, now we are at the daily naked point of control. Little bit of a volume increase. Nothing spectacular just yet, but at least we got a bit of a move, volume increase, most interesting resistance here, and it's time to observe. The invalidation, of course, for the bearish scenario is 41.4K. Talking about the scenarios here as well, by the way, let me actually copy another part here. So this morning as well, I wrote this down. In the past couple of videos, generally probabilities are most important. So generally we are looking for a relief rally, right? Either one more low or we look for continuation to the upside. In the low time frame bearish scenario, we have a 0.236 touch for a wave 2, which is very rare. But locally, the bullish scenarios here are not ideal. Impulse has overlap. Double 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We never got that 3, right? We started ranging. Diagonal, wave 3 is longer than wave 1. It's not an invalidation, but it is also not ideal because preferably wave 3 is shorter than wave 1. The daily naked point of control is in the middle of a daily gap, which is this gap over here. Not ideal. So now we have the probabilities of a gap against the probabilities of a daily naked point of control. Price is building bullish CVD divergences, right, as shown over here. We had 1 and then 2. The second one was most important because we also had the bearish one against one bearish div. And then 886 touch, which is good for the bulls to take the local high, which it almost did at the moment of riding. And that 886 touch as shown were these highs. So it makes it very difficult to, with regards to the low time frame here, the bearish scenario, the bullish scenario, and the micro, to get exact probabilities, because the bearish scenario has a 236 touch, which is shit for a wave 2, right? It's not actually what we like to see. Lowers the probabilities for this scenario. For the bullish scenarios on the micro, well, impulse doesn't work, double 1-2 doesn't work. We have the potential diagonal, which is not ideal, but it's not an invalidation. But then keeping all those, like, you know, the higher time frames away from what we're looking for in this range, if we stop thinking about the higher, you know, the 4-hour scenarios, very, very locally, this was an 886 touch and the second time bullish CVD divergences. That was pretty much the main reason why this morning I looked for a bullish scenario as well, and the probabilities for me changed to locally look for a move up, observe the reaction when it takes the high, if not, observe the reaction when it takes the daily naked point of control. If we don't see a reaction, we just look for price to move to the upside. So yeah, that is what I've been chatting about this morning. And yeah, these are my thoughts. And now that the daily naked point of control is hit, we are just gonna casually observe and see what happens here, no? While we chat. Let me actually put the... Oh, maybe I have to also go over... Do you want to talk about the high time frame scenarios? Maybe I should also include the high time frame stuff. Yeah. Why not do it all? Let me let me do it. Okay. Let me put I have an alarm here, which is okay above these highs. Cool. Just in case something happens locally. Won't take much time though, the high time frame stuff. But I have them here. Prepared. There we go. So, bullish and bearish scenarios, of course. What is happening locally is very important now, actually, for the bullish scenario. So, a little bit further. So, bullish scenario, impulsive structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5, look for 2, continuation. Wave 2, retrace to the 0.382. Less common target for a wave 2, more common target for a wave B. It's just Elliott Wave probabilities. Then we have the 3, we're looking for a wave 4. Now, as mentioned, this move to the downside, this impulse, can also be a wave C in a potential flat, but it depends on the retracement. Because we are in the wave C target area, right? Price-wise, at least, we are in the wave C target area. And you could be looking for a 5 up. It would be a very short corrective structure compared to your wave 2, but wave 2 was shallow and long and complex. Wave 4, therefore, has a higher probability of being short, simple, and deep. But it depends on what we see locally. Most common target for your 4, 382.05, right? We already hit that area, and the 0.618 is an invalidation. If we are looking for the high of 3 here, which as it stands has higher probabilities, and we look for an ABC down in this scenario, this wave B has to retrace very high. If this is your A, B needs to go to 46, 47K. For the 1-to-1 and the common target area for C not to be in touch with the 618. So if you take a trend-based fib from the high to the low that we have, and then imagine, where's the target box? So let's say price goes to 40, the higher end of the target box, 46.7K, right? You can see the 1-to-1 is just below the 05, so that is good. But if we don't get a deep retracement, and we go to, let's say, 45, which is the kind of like the high of the daily gap here, you can see that the minimum target for a wave C in an ABC is incredibly close to the invalidation of this wave 4. So if we get a corrective structure to the upside, which can still be, by the way, a wave A, B, C, right? In a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, corrective structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a move down. A, B, C, and inside B, A, B, C, zigzag as well. We don't really want price to return to the downside at 44K or 45K. We want to see 46K, because if you're going down for a wave C, it's very rare for a wave C to not hit at least the 1-to-1. The 0.618 is a rare target for a wave C. This would be your only like savior pretty much, but it's very rare for a wave C to turn around at the 0.618. So preferably you get a deep retracement, not a shallow retracement, if we're looking for a wave A, complex B, and then a wave C to the downside. The moment price does not retrace high enough and starts to move down in then that potential ABC, this becomes your bullish scenario, because of course the probabilities are to hit the 0.618. 112. I'm not too big of a fan of this scenario, not gonna lie. First of all, this wave 2 of course hit the 382, keep that in mind. But also your lower degree wave 1, which is the green one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in yellow. And then inside the yellow wave 3, we have a 5-wave green count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Green is a lower degree Elliott wave count compared to the yellow count. Preferably, your wave 1 and your wave 2 of a lower degree, meaning the green 1 and 2, are shorter in time and price compared to the higher degree, wave 1 and wave 2. But this second wave 1 is longer in price compared to your higher degree wave 1, which is not ideal. Now this is on the linear scale, on the linear chart. If I switch to logarithmic, then you can see the 1-to-1 taken from the low to the high to the low here is above the wick, meaning this second leg on the log scale is shorter than the first wave 1. The problem for me is that wave 2 now does not touch the 382. And on the log scale, on the linear scale, it does. Let me actually remove my webcam so you know where I'm clicking. So I got the buttons here, right? Log on, log off. You can also see it here, logarithmic, right? So because on the log scale, this low does not touch the 382 and the 0.236 is very rare for a wave 2. It doesn't make sense for me to look at the log chart, so I prefer the linear chart. But on the linear, the second wave 1 is longer than the first wave 1, which is not preferred. Interesting, right? So if price does retrace up and then fall down without hitting 46, 47K, and the probabilities increase to hit the 618, we have to be looking for that 112. This is your common target area, preferably the second wave 2 ends after the 19th of Feb. Fib time taken from the low to the high. And then we have the bearish scenario, which I guess is clear for everyone. Just moving to the downside as an impulse. 1, 2, and then we fall, right? So I want to have a quick check here. No. This would be, this also, if you're, so what I'm checking, if your wave 3 ended here or somewhere, right? And you're looking for your wave 4 to finish here in a flat. This degree 2 with this wave 4 doesn't make sense time-wise. So that's low probabilities, it's the same degree. If we are going to be looking for a flat here, it has to be in the same degree as the corrective structures that we have there for then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means your wave C could also end here in the bearish scenario. Now below price, we have a range here. Important support as well, if price makes it. We have a very simple support resistance flip here, by the way. Value area high, point of control, value area low. And then above price, we need to enter this range again. We've been in this range for a long period of time. This resistance area just above price, 41.1K, 41.5K, value area low is in that area as well. So we could have, just as we had at the, like towards the upside here, some deviations, right? get back in, retest, move to the other side of the range, which we generally want to see because this is only 44K. And of course, we prefer to see at least 46 for more bullish scenarios. So yeah, this is a good one to have on your chart, I suppose, as well. So that's that, no? Still ranging at the daily naked point of control. I want to have the high of the gap on my chart as well. Or let's just pull a box. See what price does. We are now at resistance. So holy moly. Okay. So put chat on. Let's see what price does while we observe the action together. Let me write here Elliott Wave analysis at start. Now chatting and Q&A. I'll have to quickly do this, restore chat, pop out, put it up. Okay. Feel free to ask any questions, of course. Go to channel. Going to my own channel, pin the message. There we go. Okay, what's up, chat? How are you doing? How are you doing? Let me see what you wrote. Matthias, how are you doing? Don't forget to water. I got my water, man. Gotta say, yesterday during my speaking gig, so by the way, I got pictures. I can show the pics. But the first group was about 130 people. The second group was about 300 people. And when I'm speaking in front of these audiences, it just makes me realize how big the audience on YouTube is. Because of course I am a speaker globally. I speak at big events. I have no problem speaking. The biggest audience I had offline so far is 900 people for TEDx. No problemo. But and on YouTube it's of course no problem as well. But it just makes me, it puts it in perspective that yesterday I spoke for 300 people. The average video on the channel nowadays, after 11 months of making content, reaches 900 people. That is 3 times the audience I had yesterday in the theater in Oldenzaal for the Dutchies here. It just blows my mind. Because of course I can see the perspective because of my real life experience, and then I see the online numbers. So I can see how big the audience would be, which is absolutely nuts. It's interesting though. What's up, Bettina? How are you doing? I appreciate professional contribution and kind heart. Thank you, Krywit Sritula. That's a name and a half. Cray. I just call you Cray, I suppose. Kraywit or Cray. But thanks for your kind message, man. Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Shadowjacker. Go to all-time high based on Elliott waves. For me, also with the volume profile, probabilities are for me not high to look for all-time highs. From an Elliott wave point of view, it wouldn't make sense just yet to have that. Where's the volume profile? Oh, here. So of course we've been in this range for a very long period of time, like a year. For me, it is very low probability we just do this. Also from an Elliott wave point of view, at the moment, it doesn't make sense yet to go for all-time highs unless your double 1-2, that's your only scenario, is finished. Now we already spoke about this scenario. You are at the 382, but don't forget, it's a less common target for 2, and you already hit it here as well. 2 382 touches for 2 wave 2s. Very, low probabilities. So you can never say never, but the probabilities are not high. They are low for price to do this and reach a new all-time high. probabilities are much higher. We're going to be ranging in 2024 in this area for probably most of the year. And of course, we can have deviations above, potentially even below, while we are waiting for price to show us a very clear direction on the higher time frame. So there are still scenarios, of course, where you do take this high one more time. You do move to the 55K area, right? We also have the monthly gap, by the way, above price, which we have touched second time, just to show as well. Pop up. So here, your monthly gap, right? Touch it once, resistance, move down. Touched it twice, increases the probabilities to also fill the gap to the upside if we come back up again for a third time, because we rejected again. We didn't yet close any high time frame candles in here, like a weekly or even daily candles. So we need to be patient there. So it's just a wick for now. But all scenarios the highest probability scenarios would continue the range. Yeah. Of course, you can take the high, but I'm not yet looking to all-time highs from an Elliott Wave perspective. That would only be the case with the 112, where the 382 again is your support, where your second wave one ended somewhere here, and you got an A, B, C flat structure, and now you move up in a bigger wave 3. It's not low probabilities from an Elliott Wave point of view, yeah. Hasta la vista, Bobby. What's up? Buenos dias, desde Hispana, gracias. What's up, Broncos? How you doing? Trading Social Club El Broncos. I saw you change your name, I think like 2 weeks ago, from Broncos to Trading Social Club. So it's nice to see you created your own club. Hasta la vista, Bobby. Expanding diagonal in wave C or Y. You mean locally, hasta la vista, Barbie? Like here? Expanding diagonals are very rare, never preferred. So therefore, also here locally, it's not something I look for. Being this like an expanding diagonal, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then your wave 5 is this expansion. So I would then prefer the bullish scenario over an expansion. Also, let me actually. So your wave 3 is longer than your wave 1, but yeah, it's not really. Generally, expanding structures, of course, have a lower probability always. They never have the highest probabilities unless all of the other stuff fails. And it's the same here. So I would prefer to look for other scenarios compared to an expanding structure, which of course, you have a bearish scenario in mind now. Oh, by the way, an expanding diagonal, you can't have wave Y being an expanding diagonal, of course, can only be a wave C. So unless Y is a zigzag, wave C can be an expanding diagonal. Yeah, bearish scenarios, you want to see the rejection at the daily naked point of control, pretty much. So that is why we're going to keep this on the chart and see what price is going to give us. Tim, goedemiddag. Yannick, how you doing? Welcome, Koens, my man. Mido, you're finally back. Where have you been? So Mido was here also. He's already on the channel for a very, very long time, and was here in the early live streams when we were not live streaming too often. But you're back. Welcome back. Seeing you here does me well. Is that normal? It's good to see you. Mark Dutch, 110 watching, 10% like the stream. As long as they find the content valuable. What did they say? Got candles incoming. Yeah, so far it's a decent push. We are at the daily naked point of control, but it doesn't really look like it's holding, right? We're also, as mentioned, explained earlier, in the daily gap. That's what the white box is. It's the daily gap. Daily naked point of control in the middle of the daily gap. Continue to observe. Atreas, welcome. Congrats on the 7K. Thanks. Yeah, it's crazy. 7,000. I mean, what to say? Thanks for the support, of course, and everyone here. Hopefully you find it valuable, but I guess people sub if they think it's valuable. So I hope you appreciate the content and enjoy it, and hopefully it's useful or you learn something and you can use it in your trading. Not financial advice, but educational wise. Hopefully you develop yourself by watching the content as well. Should I hold Bitcoin? That depends on your personal, probably investment strategy. If you want to hold Bitcoin, then you need a plan long term. So everyone for him or herself, I suppose. Is this breakout from the falling wedge? Oh wait, I guess I think I know what you may be looking at. So we are not looking for a falling wedge, but I can imagine. So I haven't been watching any YouTube because I was speaking at the events and stuff, but I think you mean this. Is that correct? If so, then if you talk about wedges, right? If you trade wedges, or this is part of your plan, your trading strategy, well, then you had a potential fake out here, right, to the downside of the wedge, got back in, and now you move above the wedge, and arguably that is indeed a breakout. You're moving above the daily naked point of control. Now in Elliott Wave terms, I'm not counting this as a wedge, right? I mean, we don't generally talk about wedges a lot in Elliott Waves because it's not really a term that's used in Elliott Waves. But if you trade wedges, trend lines, patterns, then yes, this would be a wedge and a potential breakout. Correct. Yes. But that is always, that's the most important word is potential, right? Because in the end, even if you have a wedge and a potential breakout, you still need a plan, a strategy to trade it. Don't forget, high time frame stuff has been done. Don't forget to hit notification. Mark, gotta love Mark. So proactive. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. You're one of them. One of them. Thanks for being here for so long as well. Brown Buck and the like. Shorted at 4,400, getting squeezed right now. Make sure to have a plan, sir. Have a plan. Have a plan. Make sure you have your risk management on point. Look, losing a trade is no problem, right? It's part of the business. Losing is just part of the strategy, because you probably have a win rate which is not 100%. And based on data, you have your strategy. Proper push to the upside now. So there are 6 steps that are important to build a plan and a strategy. And of course, your risk management, your stop loss should all be part of that plan. So hopefully when you lose, it's just one of the trades in your plan, because we trade the statistics. We don't trade the emotions. So for everyone here that wants to be a consistently profitable trader, you need a plan, and you need to put a lot of time in building statistics. So in a nutshell, the 6 steps is: step 1, try as many free tools as you can on TradingView or externally, free tools. Step 2, find your favorites and build statistics. This is where many people already give up. They don't want to build statistics, they just want to trade. Find your favorite tools, build statistics on those tools. What happens when price hits the tool? Hits that Fibonacci level, hits your trend line, hits your whatever it is, volume profile, value area high, point of control, doesn't matter, right? What happens? Track statistics. Step 3 is combine your favorite tools and build more statistics, because now you're creating a strategy. You have your favorite tools, you build statistics, you pick some of those favorite tools, you put them together based on these statistics, and you build more statistics, but now on the combination to see if it works. And then you're going to figure out, okay, so what would be the win rate? Where should I put the stop loss? 1%, 0.5%, 0.25% at a market structure level, right? Build statistics. Then step 4 is you tweak and adjust the combination. So you add something new or you remove something, but only one at a time. Because if you remove two things or you add two things, you don't know what caused the improvement in win rate or the decrease in win rate or risk to reward ratio or whatever. You don't know because of adding too much stuff. And build more statistics, of course, after tweaking. Step 5 is trading your now developed plan based on statistics. You know your win rate, you know your risk to reward ratio, you probably know your most profitable session, profitable weekdays, how long it takes for you to reach take profit on average, all that data. You have the data. So now you can trade based on statistics, especially the win rate and risk to reward ratio is important. What is your most profitable risk to reward ratio? For me, it's a 1-to-3. So now you start trading it, step 5, with a low amount of budget, like a low budget, and you work on your trading psychology, because you can have the best strategy, but if your trading psychology is shit, you're going to be an awesome losing trader. And then step 6 is you slowly increase the budget and you work on accepting the losses, because accepting bigger wins is easy for everyone, right? Winning more money is always nice. The problem is when you go too quickly from a low budget to a very high one, the losses get bigger and it has an effect on your trading psychology. So these are the 6 steps to build a trading strategy. You need to go through them all. Where do most people give up? The statistics, because it's the boring side. That's what you don't see. So you don't see people working on their statistics in the background. Right? Trading is exciting. It's emotional. It's, oh, I make profit or loss. But the boring stuff is what will make you long-term profitable. And if you're here for the long term and you actually want to win in this industry, you need a plan. It's very simple. You don't have a plan, you don't have a strategy that is based on statistics. It's going to be big luck if you manage to be long-term profitable without a solid strategy which has statistics to it. So yeah, have a plan. And of course, stick to the plan. If you have a 1% risk, so you lose 1% if your stop loss is hit, but you are so confident in a certain setup, you're going to now risk 5 or 10%, and it's a loss. You just lost 10 trades of 1%. You know what I mean? So you got to stick to it. Know what you lose. Also, when you enter a trade, only look at what you lose. Don't look at what you win. Look at what you lose. Focus on the losses, because you don't know what price is going to do, but you can at least observe, hey, if this trade goes against me, what am I going to lose? What do I find acceptable? What follows my plan? Your 3 is an AB. The 3 is the wave before. It won't be the first time. 2, 3, 6 for wave 2 though. But yeah, not so likely. Yeah, exactly. Because of the move to the upside now, almost hitting 41.4K as well. Yeah. My wave 3 depends on the time frame, but on the higher time frame, it's an impulse. And here on the lower time frame, it would also, wave 3 would also be an impulse here, because your wave 4 would else be a flat. So it has to be an impulse down in that case. So the impulse here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then your wave 5. 3 impulsive, 5 wave structure on the lower time frames. And then you have your wave 5 here, which then has to be an impulse as well. A 5 wave impulsive structure. There is the potential for A, B, C, or corrective WXY, but I prefer to count it for now as a 5 wave structure, because for an A, B, C, your wave C is so short. Wave C only hit the 0.618, taken from the high to the low of A to the high of B. And the 0.618 is a rare target for a wave C. You rarely ever see this hitting and actually acting as support for a wave C. So it decreases probabilities that this is a 3 wave structure in an ABC, which therefore increases probabilities it's a 5 waver. compared to a 3. Matic, Bitcoin, not doing altcoins at the moment. Focusing on the price action here. Any trade right now? Maybe. Maybe not. The nice thing about trading is that everyone is in the market for him or herself. So I know that if I say I'm long or short or neutral, it can impact what other people do. And therefore, I prefer not to disclose any positions or anything like that. Because there's a certain responsibility, of course, that comes with YouTube as well. And yeah, I think people need to have their own plan and their own strategy, or they are free to learn more about my plan and strategy in Diamond, of course, because Diamond will know, like Diamond knows, oh, these are the Elliott Wave scenarios, these are the Elliott Wave like setups we look at. These are the main strategy setups that I look at. So I have a personal developed strategy, which is not Elliott Waves. It includes Elliott Wave elements, but it's very much different. It's very strict, very rules based. So Diamond knows, but I don't throw it on the internet, let's say. 41.5 short towards 39, 41.5. So you're looking for a potential diagonal, Gabriel. $39.2. Wait, so 41.5. You always talk abracadabra a little bit, right? 41.5. So then you're looking for an ABC. 39.2 must be a corrective structure. And then 51.8. You won't reach 51.8 if you don't have a 5 wave, because you're now looking for this. You're going to be looking for this, and then 51. You have a 3 here. Not a 5 wave structure. This is too long for a 4 compared to your 2, and you have overlap as well, by the way. So I'm not sure what your count is in there. I would be interested to know what the actual letters are for your count. Bump. Answer that. Morning, everyone. Just in time for the TA. Thank God. What's up, Moon Boot Boy? Welcome. Are we in an ABC locally? That is, as long as that bearish scenario is not invalidated, then yes, that is definitely still a scenario. But at the moment, you would be in your impulsive structure for C. Now, a wave C, of course, can end on high volume. And that is why it's nice to continue to observe this move. Where in the bullish scenario here, right, WXY finish to B, and then you move up for C or wave 3. That's the question. And an important level is 41.4K, which is pretty much at the high of this box. So that's an interesting level. If we look for a C, then from the low to the high to the end, it's also just above the box. If this is a wave 3, of course, we want to see strong high volume continuation. No? That's a little bit low so far, but let's see what's happening here. There's no divergences at the moment, so when price is pushing or dumping, best thing to do is always to wait for a range. And if you want to know if you're in a wave C or a wave 3, the only thing you have to look for is the retracement you get after the push. If it reaches the 618, it was a C. Sometimes wave Cs can be very extended. Now, when you look at the corrective structures, right, if we finally get a bit of a relief rally, you can start with an ABC, right, and get a bigger corrective structure, WXY double zigzag, for example, right, or a WX and a Y with a flat in Y as well. So it opens the doors of, if you have an ABC, then of course you're going to be looking for continuation down at a later stage. So for at least a chance to be bullish, you want to see a 3 to higher prices. And at the moment, it's just moving up. So as long as price is not ranging, we just go up. And that's the nice thing about big pushes, is you want to wait for a range to form. As long as you don't get a range, you just wait. Like here, when did you start ranging? This was your range. And then you reassess probabilities. Dumb down, start range, reassess probabilities. And now it's the other way around. We move up. And we know the levels that we look for based on the analysis earlier, right? And we just also wait for a range here. 269 concurrent viewers. Nice. What's up, by the way, MT? Galaxy S20. Hi, Koens. Where's the link for your share? It's in the description. In the description, it somewhere says, see my live chart or something. Any possible retracements from the current price? Wait for a range. We need to wait for a range. So, of course, you get a retracement if you have an ABC to the upside, then you get a move back down. But at the moment, you don't yet know if it's a C or a 3. So, we passed a daily naked point of control, which was the most important resistance really in this area. We almost filled the daily gap, but if you reach 41.4K, it does invalidate the bearish scenario on the low time frame, which is this one. Because you don't want overlap between 1 and 4. And then you have to think about diagonals, right? So then that would be your bearish one. But a diagonal, and we spoke about diagonals earlier, right? Like earlier in the week, and why it has a low probability. That is because if you pull a channel from that to that to that, oh, we already hit the channel now. You can only have an expanding channel now, or expanding diagonal, not a contracting one anymore. And an expanding diagonal is very rare. It's never preferred unless all the other stuff fails. So now that price hit the higher edge of, or the higher trend line of the channel, decreases probabilities for a diagonal to the downside. So this scenario has low probabilities. If you then also invalidate the 1, 2, 3, 4 and the 5 here by touching the red line, it also decreases the probabilities that any move down will be a wave 5. Of course, you could have an ABC, go back down in a flat, and then get an ABC flat. But generally, if you hit 41.4, you're going to be looking for price to move to higher levels. That is the general idea of that invalidation there, from an Elliott Wave point of view. One-to-one is at 41,500. Yeah, that would be just above the invalidation. Hungry Queens, hoi kun. Yeah, so I never really share if I'm in any trade at the moment. I mean, in Diamond we talk about the setups, but I also don't talk there about the position I'm in and the size, and so people know based on my strategy how to trade it. So everyone trades for him or herself, of course, but it's not a signals group. It's a setup. Like I share setups and that sort of stuff, but I never really share positions and sizes and all those things. Historical trades that are memorable. Yeah, that's a fun question because actually I had one recently. The most memorable trade was the first one ever, which was it was a good win. It was like 12 or 13K, which for me at the time was a lot of money, which also was by far the worst trade I've ever taken, ever. I will never have a worse trade than that one. Yes, I won. That was maybe also the problem. But I risked everything I had. I had no idea about trading. I had 20x leverage, And I don't know, like my liquidation was my stop loss. It wasn't a trade on ETH. I entered at 975. Stop loss or liquidation was at 865. I didn't have a take profit. It was at night. I couldn't sleep. My fiance was already to bed. I sat on the couch. I was so emotional, so stressed. It was 4 a.m. And I eventually was like, fuck it. Either I lose everything or I have profit. And then the next morning I woke up with 13K profit. I took it. And then of course, because I was an absolute noob, I lost all my profit very soon after and a little bit more. And that's when I started learning. So that is my by far most memorable trade because of the emotions I had that evening. I entered the trade when I was sitting on a bench at Amsterdam Belmer Arena station when I walked out the train. Yeah, that's the most memorable. It was a nice win, yeah, but you know, it's the worst trade I've ever taken. Yeah. Another nice one was a short pretty close to the 69K because of Elliott Waves and bearish CVDs. Mark, 200 watching, only 37 likes. I think my Wi-Fi must be lagging. Let me refresh the page. It has to be a mistake. Yeah, I generally I'm not really proactive in like, comment, and subscribe. Click the affiliate link and all that stuff. You know, like, yeah, people know how it works in the industry. They know where the like button is, the sub, the links, if they want to support or not support. What's up, perse? How you doing? Crypto sir. Buen días, Kunz está haciendo. Holy moly. 1 second here. I need to check this. Now I know the word gracias, but that's kind of it. Okay. So now crypto share, was it right? Yes. Tada! Gracias, CryptoServe. Aprecio tu participación en Discord y el eco de que estés aquí mirando. Oh, very nice. In my best Spanish. Flotty, what's up? How you doing? Welcome, man. Flotty's gonna start his own trading business. Wishing the best of luck, everyone. How you doing? Good to have you here. From the high to the potential low and now wave 4 at the diagonal. I see. Oh, well, actually, I just covered it, right? With the diagonal scenario and the expanding structure. So expanding diagonals generally don't have a high probability. If we do get a zigzag to the downside that takes the low, I would also, that would be a flat. You have the expanding diagonal and the flat. That's going to be the two options pretty much. Said Razi, how you doing? Like button showing bearish CVD divergence or bearish divergence. Lydian, welcome. Christian Kunz, how's the wedding preparation going? Well, yeah, I mean, the wedding prep is doing well. I got to say, of course, my fiance by far did the most work. In the end, she found a lot of like the people we eventually work with. But we always make choices together and we check the different options before making a choice. But props to her for sure. But yeah, the preparations are good. 9th of March, it's coming. That's our wedding day in the ceremony, I should say, in Cape Town, South Africa. Yeah, it's doing. We're doing good. We'll have my second traditional marriage in Thailand end of March. Oh well, yeah, there you go. We're gonna marry in March, both of us. I'm gonna be married at the beginning, you're at the end. How's it going, Christian, with your preparations? Moonboot Boy, wait, I mean, I know Kun doesn't really care about likes, but it's a sign of appreciation for this free content every day. So. Yeah. People know how YouTube works, right? Udayanga, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. I'm at Mert Koens. I have a question for you in the W. If W is a zigzag, can wave Y be a zigzag or a double 3? No. Not in a sideways double combo. So in a sideways WXY sideways corrective structure, wave W and wave Y cannot both be a zigzag. If wave W is a zigzag, wave Y can't. Wave W and wave Y generally cannot be an internal WXY, so you can't have a complex structure inside. In a sharp WXY, we also call this a double zigzag. So then wave W and wave Y are zigzag structures, both of the structures. But you want to see a solid, sharp structure to the downside, wave X not hitting the 0.7 Fibonacci from the high to the low. It lowers the probabilities for a sharp zigzag. So you can have two zigzags, but only in a double zigzag, which is a sharp corrective structure, while in a sideways double combo, you can't. That's the main difference here. I bet it's a fake out again. Yeah, it still has the possibility, right? It's actually, it's definitely slowing down a little bit here. What's happening? I mean, it's slowing down. We're still moving up, so we just remain patient. We're almost filling the daily gap. It's moving up. We have a little bit of a bump in volume. So as long as we don't get at least a bit of a range, price just moves to the upside. Bit of bullish CVD on blue, bearish on yellow, but green candle while the CVD line moves down. That's a bullish in candle divergence. Robot invalidation is closed, yes. But it's 41.4, what was it? 41.444. Okay, that's easy to remember. Pretty much the top of the box. Tof, how you doing? Welcome. Radiator, dead cat bounce. Well, this is definitely not a dead cat bounce if you look at the range, right? Of course, for a dead cat bounce, it's like it's a much sharper move. And it's quite often similar to a V-shaped recovery, which is very rare. So then you would expect a move back down again. At the moment, we just observe how price moves up here, and if it hits that invalidation at 41.4. But this is a structured move to the upside, so not a V shape. Yeah. The 382, of course, is a target, right, for a dead cat bounce. The 382 is very, very important. But in this case, I wouldn't call it a dead cat bounce, but a wave B or a wave 2, where the 382 is an important target. So if you're looking for this, and we pull a fib from the high to the low. Let me actually put this on the chart just generally. Ta-da. Now make it a little nice, no? We're gonna do green, yellow, yellow. This is usually the work you don't see, because I usually do this, of course, in preparation of. So let me do this quick. Yeah. Oh, wait. There we go. So then this is your target area for a 2 or B. So the 382 is then at 42.5, which is right on top of this resistance box, by the way, with a weekly naked point of control and the current monthly naked point of control there as well. Solid resistance there in that area. Yeah. So yeah, this is then your area. So dead cat bounce, yeah, even if you hit the 382, you can still have the flat. 3 wave A, get a B, flat, C, up, 2, B, finish down, right? So yeah, currently not at the moment looking for a dead cat bounce, but it's a good idea to keep in mind, right? I mean, it's good to at least think about it. Love from India. Gurpreet, welcome. I feel an ETH trade story coming in 3, 2, 1. Mark knows. He knows. He's been here. Lots of parabolas. A lot of parabolas, I suppose. I don't know what it means though. But welcome, Marcelo. 41607 and down, I presume. 416. At least you feel the daily gap when you hit the upside here, the upper side of the box. We have a daily. Yeah, so let's actually keep that daily on for now. This one. Oh. Let's see what happens if price reaches that area. Of course, you already hit the invalidation for that bearish scenario if you hit the daily here. Papa, how strong is the low Bitcoin made? It's still a TPO weak low here. It's not an ideal one. I was actually, I was live, I think during a gold stream last week, when out of nowhere, I could not use the TPO indicator anymore. Look, I got the essential plan. Reason being, I don't need all of the other stuff. I don't need 200 alarms and 5 years of backtest like chart data and I don't know what, like all the rubbish. I have my essential. I can set my alarm and all this stuff. I'm good. But apparently now they switched it to pro only or something, or premium only. So I had TPO on my chart during the gold live stream last week, and then I refreshed my chart and I couldn't access it anymore. I don't know. I even showed it, of course, in videos. I showed it in the live streams. There was no problem, but now there is. I can't use it. Not that it matters because I never used it, and you can also see if there's a good high or low. But it's easier to talk about it when you have TPO. So of course here, you know it's a weak low just when you look at the structure and amount of time that price has spent here. So if you look for a strong high or a strong low, you got to go to the 30-minute and you want to see usually a wick structure and then a move afterwards. So TPO is best used on the 30-minute. I can still use ATAS and other stuff, but TPO generally is not really something that I use in my trading. It was just nice to talk about it sometimes in videos, but yeah, you know. Okay, so we filled the gap, and we also hit the invalidation for a wave 4. Exciting. So things are changing today, which is nice. Day before the weekend. Which now also means we can change a few things here. So this hit invalidation, so we're going to remove it because we don't need that. We are at the high of the gap with the daily above. So the high of the gap is resistance, right? We entered the gap, past the daily naked point of control. High of the gap was expected, and now we here are at resistance. So bullish scenario is clear. I'm gonna do this time. So for this wave 2 or B, let me clean the chart. If we are looking for 2 or B, we want to see it and after the 382. I like my stuff organized, so there we go. Okay. So we got time in now. Of course, your bullish scenario would be a 3. Volume is a little disappointing so far. Gotta keep this on. If we're looking for an impulse, right? Actually, you should kind of use it here. So 618. This is the safest 618. So 40.2 would be your invalidation for wave 3 and a 1, 2, 3. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. You don't want to hit the 618. So in that bullish scenario locally, right? We're looking for either C or 3, but we don't know. Now, because the highest amount of volume is in the recent high to the upside, you can take this fib from this recent red candle. So then the invalidation would be 40.5, which increases probabilities to move down. But I generally like to be a little bit more safe. So either take it from D, low of 2, or B here, or the higher low here, which is 40.3. You know, it depends on the low, but this is the most recent low before the push. If we're thinking about a wave 3, then this is the highest amount of volume, highest probability it's a 3. You want to see a 4 and a 5 on lower volume, right? Higher high on lower volume. The moment you come down without ranging for a 4 and then a 5 up on lower volume, if you come down and hit the 618, probabilities increase for an ABC, which increases probabilities to take the low. Right? And that scenario to take the low is now twofold. We have an expanding diagonal, which Barbie mentioned, which is correct. We spoke about the diagonal earlier, by the way. And you have a flat structure. So we're going to keep this on here, this 618. It's interesting to keep an eye on it. So yeah, let's just 40.5. We filled this gap. So your this would be your bearish scenario, because once you have a 3 waver here, you're not going to be looking for price to move above 49. So, which generally at the moment is a lower probability, by the way. There. Oh. Let me use the lowest point of that B/2. This is your target area for C. A little bit longer. Remove the box. I don't like the clutter. Da, 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 da. And we'll see what happens locally, if we can hit that daily or not. The 105 is less common. The 1.618, I always like to keep that one on for wave B expanding flat. There we go. That's interesting though. It's very interesting. Common target area for your B in confluence with the target box. Yeah. A, B, B most commonly in. So we're already preparing now, right? We don't even have a range yet, but this is Elliott Waves. One scenario becomes invalidated, we immediately switch to other scenarios that we had in mind, right? Preparation. So we immediately thinking ahead here, where a flat is then one of the scenarios. Now in a flat wave, B most commonly is a zigzag in a 535. important support, and then you want to see up, which then is an impulse to the upside. But then the low is a fake low because it's not a 5 but a B in this scenario, which is an important difference. That's it. So this now becomes your micro. Let's just call it what it is, micro flat. Let me quickly have a look at what other stuff. This was for a 4. This is still valid. This was an example. We can remove this. This now has a higher probability. This is your low time frame bullish. Your bearish would be the expanding diagonal, but yeah, you know, it's not preferred unless all of the other stuff fails. Oh. Reason it's expanding from the low of 1, oops, to the low of 3. Messing up. To the high of 2. Upper side of the channel hit, so it's never a contracting diagonal anymore. It's always going to be expanding, which is a lower probability scenario. But that would be your low time frame bearish scenario now, the diagonal here. Yeah, I mean, we can at least have it on the chart. Why not? ABC, correction. This was an awkward bit of price action, no? And then we have 3, 4, 5. So at least we have it on the chart, but again, low probability. Let's move the high time frame stuff out of here. Top. Local range. Okay, so also a bit of a support resistance area here. High of the gap, point of control and the daily are close to one another. And of course the local bullish scenario is a wave 3. But that means you want to see strong continuation. So, and for a wave 3, as a wave 3 can extend very much, it doesn't make sense to look for targets. So that's why I only put the flat on, because the flat has a clear target for an A if you look for an ABC. If we're looking for a wave 3, we should just poof. So yeah. So therefore you don't need to put time in looking for the targets for a wave 3. You just look for the targets of an ABC and a potential A. There you go. Adrian, welcome. How are you doing? ETH doesn't want to budge. Oh, is ETH like stablecoin at the moment? Mean on how? When should I use logarithmic scale? Mean on the highs. From the high to the downside, wave 3 is an AB. A wave 3 can of course only become an ABC if it's a diagonal, but that's not what I'm looking for to the downside here at least, and also not to the upside. I'm looking for impulsive structures. Use a logarithmic scale, at least there's 2 reasons to use log scale. If you go to very high time frames, like the weekly or higher, at least on Bitcoin, weekly or higher, use the linear scale on 4-hour and lower. Daily can be a mix of both depending on the fibs. If you go to coins that move in hundreds of percentages, use log as well, because the linear doesn't make sense anymore. So either high time frame or if there's big percentage moves, go to log as well. That is when you want to use the log scale, and also make sure to put your fibs on the log setting. So you go to your settings, scroll down, fib levels based on log scale. Mine are pretty much always on log scale, because the moment the chart is on linear, the fibs change with the linear chart. Like if I go to log, it changes to log automatically. I don't have to check it. And if you change it to linear, even though it's checked for log, it's still linear fib, so it works. And usually linear, especially on Bitcoin at least, the linear chart is used for the lower time frame things, and that's also where the percentage differences that logarithmic scale corrects for are much lower. So there's barely any difference on the lower time frames between a log fib and a normal fib. So therefore I prefer on Bitcoin to always just use the logarithmic thing is checked in pretty much all of my fibs, because it doesn't matter for the local time frame, only if I go higher, but then they're already on the log, so I don't have to switch it and change it all the time. A bit lazy. I don't understand this move, wave C or wave 3, but if it's a wave 3, we want to see continuation and volume. The volume is a little bit disappointing here, not gonna lie. So if this is the big push, then yeah, where is everyone? Right, you're even moving down on volume while price is moving up here. Love from India, love from the Netherlands. Gurpreet, welcome. Gwendy Zhu, how you doing? Welcome, good to see you here. Yeah, 278 people now. Well, what is it? 289. But what's up, Gwendy Zhu? Steve, welcome. How you doing? Is that an NFT? You got yourself an NFT here as a screenshot. So I answered this one. Range open, we go up potentially. LFG. I was missing some stream time with Kunz on the charts. What's up, Mr. Moo? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, of course I was gone yesterday because of speaking, and last night I came back, everyone, at like 1 a.m. in the morning. By train, and then I had to come home. So I had 2 hours and 40 minutes of travel time from the other side of the country. That is the other side in the Netherlands, because it's not a big country, but it's still a long distance. And yeah, I was home very, very late, and I do value my sleep. So that's why in the morning, early morning, I didn't make a 7 a.m. video, because, you know, I'm not going to be like clear. And I prefer to have quality instead of the quantity. So I want to be focused and have a clear mind when I do my analysis, because of all of you watching the videos. So I prefer to provide something good, and then I miss out on a morning update, but then I can go live earlier than expected. So we went live between 11 and 12 a.m. Central European time, because I woke up at like 8 a.m. ish, and yeah, had a good morning, so I can focus. The high is in. It looks for lower. 36k. Yeah, that's an interesting level. Preferably we don't go below 36.3. That would be an issue, because then we go to 34, and the moment you hit 34 here, right, 34.4, 34.1 is the invalidation of the high time frame bullish wave 4. So that would be quite an invalidation if you hit it. But this is by far the strongest support area below price at the moment. We had a target box here, right, which held. This is the next one. So, and also with the move that we have here now, unless you look for an expanding diagonal and then a wave 5, wait a second. Your wave 3 is, I think, shorter than your wave 1, which is not allowed in an expanding diagonal. So then the whole scenario doesn't work. No. we can't have an expanding diagonal, because your 3 is shorter than your 1, even though your 4 hit the upper trend line. So yes, it can't be contracting because 4 hit the upper trend line. But it's not expanding because 3 is shorter than 1. So this scenario doesn't even work. Okay, there we go. That makes life easy. Yeah, probabilities would be higher for upside, relief rally, but not directly. We want to see volume. We're at resistance, everyone. Okay, we're at resistance. Right? What I explained at the beginning of the live stream, that was the interesting area for the long side, no? Which was about 40.1k. So yeah, but you don't really see the wave 3 volume. So yes, there is the potential for an ABC here, but then we have the flat, which would still make a higher high eventually locally. So, but first things first, we wait for a range. Only a range will give us the opportunity to reassess the probabilities. So that is what we're waiting for. Just wait for a range and a 618, of course. 1-1 trend wave here from the low 38.5 to the top of the range to the low. Yes, top of the gap. Yes. This could be the target of correcting. Yes, for an ABC, that is your target. The 1 to the 1.236 for a wave C. The 1.618 is also a target for C. Sometimes wave C is extended much further. A recent example was the 3.618, which is insane, which was here. Okay, go to the one. So wave C's can be very long, from the high to the low to the high. 3.618. And it was a wave C. And we were live here on YouTube when this happened. And same thing, wait for a range, right? No YOLO, FOMO, catching knives, unless it's part of your strategy, but wait for a range. 618 got hit, invalidating a wave 4 in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, increasing probabilities to take the high, and this being an ABC, got a weekend range, which was very boring, and then we moved up. So same thing here is, of course, we just patiently see and wait for a range and see what happens with the 618 as well. Yeah. From an Elliott Wave point of view, that's the best thing to do now. And as long as you don't get a range, you're just going to be looking for price to move up. Coinbase is closed. By the time you read this, probably hits. Yeah, I'm so slow. Okay, let's go. Gotta be quick here because my ass. Holy moly, love from Pakistan. Thank you. Okay. Shit, I'm so slow. I'm gonna go quick. Fanes, thank you, and also thanks for being one of the 7K. What a number, hey. Tema, I want to cry. 39.600 short position, leverage 10x. Stick to your plan, right? Have a plan. Risk management, know how much you lose. Always focus on how much you lose. Never focus on how much you win. Focus on your losses. For this trade, I allow myself to lose this. Yes, your win will be 3x that or whatever, but focus on your losses. So if you are in a losing position and it hits the stop loss, which I recommend everyone has, because it helps with risk management and avoids psychology, then it's just one of the losses. If it's part of the plan that you are in this short and it's not going well, then it's good, that quote unquote good, because it's just one loss of the plan that you have. Because no one has a 100% win rate. So if you have a 60, 50% win rate, then you will have 40, 50 losses over 100 trades. So if this is just one of the losses and you stuck to your plan and you stuck to your process, it's a good loss, right? Because it's just one of the losses of the plan. The problem is that if it's not part of the plan or you don't have a plan, that is where things become very difficult, yes. And potentially problematic, depending on how far this then moves, and if you have a clear stop or not. Then you get the emotions. If you don't have a stop and price goes much further against you than you expected, now it's your emotions like, shit, if I click exit the trade, I lose this money. As long as I'm in the trade, at least I didn't lose the trade, but I can lose even more money. So I'm hoping it goes back. But hope, you can't trade on hope. So, and this is what creates the whole emotional imbalance, of course. Could price come back? Absolutely. Can it continue? Absolutely, right? So make sure you have a plan and also know where your invalidation is. Mirovsky, what's up? How are you doing? Yesterday we had strong bullish CVD, also bearish, but then we had bullish, which kind of neutralized, but the bearish CVD had a higher probability at that moment in time. This was a second one. The bullish CVD came later, but this is where this CVD here, that's where probabilities started to shift with the second line there. Took along yesterday. Nice, Mirovsky. Good on you, man. Good on you. Manage it well, eh? Manage it well. Sunshine and green candles. Can it get any better in the morning? Good morning. What's up, Maarten? Welcome, by the way. Maarten is the newest member from Hoofddorp in the Netherlands. So good to have you here. Dot only doing Bitcoin at the moment. It's personal though. Yes, correct. That's the kind of trade I have now. Trade safe. Told you. There's the story. Yeah. Oh, this was the story. Holy moly. The emotion when you lost would be good too. Oh, the emotions when I lost was horrible as well. I was home when that happened at my parents' place, Tim. Sure. Can we short Bitcoin now? You can short anywhere you want. Depends on your plan. Dot chart? No. Bitcoin only at the moment. Moonboot boy? I don't know what's so special about Koensbo's memorable trade. Sounds like my day today. Hopefully not. Holy shit. I was so stressful. I probably lost some like brain cells in that moment. Hungry Queens, thanks for sharing the E-Trade. Understand the not sharing current trades. Lessons learned. Yeah. Oh, there's many lessons that I can talk about. What's the next target for Bitcoin? We are at the wave C target here for potential ABC. If it continues, we're looking for a 3. The main question is, when do we get the range? As long as we don't get a solid range, we look for price to continue. If price starts ranging here, preferably 15-minute for a longer period of time, then we reassess the probabilities for then a potential C down, yes or no. The weekend is coming up, which is important. Weekend usually is a range environment. So if we do not push for the remainder of today and we start ranging, and the weekend hits, probabilities are high, you're just going to go sideways instead of this being an AB or a 1, 2 and a big 3. You're probably going to go back in this range because of the weekend. It will not pump if I was the market maker. Maybe you are still a market maker, but not strong enough to hold the move up. But yeah, solid move from the support box here. Namaste, Puneet. Yannick Granger, the big short of 69k was a win. Yes. Bruno Castro, we have a daily untouched on the 40. Yes, correct. Koen Spanish, I know, right? Still better than my Dutch, I guess. Yeah. Moonboot boy, what country are you from? Dana J. Jim, hello sir, how are you? I'm doing very good. Jim, I'll just call you Jim. Oh, I'm doing very good. Good morning. Good stream so far. I'm just behind on the comments, so I'm catching up. But thanks for being here, and I appreciate you saying you're a fan. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. I'm a fan of all of you. Saura, yeah, how are you doing? Mark? Yeah, from Gouda, the cheese city. Maybe you have Gouda cheese, Gouda, whatever you call it. That's from the city where I live. Your Spanish sounds a bit French. My mom is French. I can speak better French than Spanish, that's for sure. What's up, Yanto? Thank you, Sarah, with regards to the wedding. Pantaloni, hello from Romania. Welcome, Pantaloni. Good to have you here. Flat have lower chance compared with expanding diagonal, no higher. Yes, my favorite city in Amsterdam. In Amsterdam by itself is, of course, a city, so I guess it's just your favorite city in the Netherlands, maybe. Amsterdam, that's the capital of Bulgaria, right? Mark, Bulgarian should be his name. Nazdrav, provincial Russia. Ahmed, whoa. Ahmed, hello, how you doing? Welcome. Indonesia, I backpacked Indonesia, Java, Bali, Lombok, and the Gili Islands. Lombok, that's where I did the Rinjani mountain hike. That was great. Really, really cool. Anita, welcome. How are you doing? Alles van die beste voor die toekomst. Christian, is this Afrikaans or you try Dutch here? It's quite close, but yeah. Have the best future, man. South Africa in the house. Yeah, Afrikaans. This can go up again. It's already going up, of course. Like, ja, 7k, Tim. Ja, belachelijk, hè? Het gaat echt... het gaat als een tierenlier in januari. Brown Bug did think about how you do that target on FIPS with the FIP settings. Now I see it's manually. Man, I look at the setting for at least 2 hours. Yeah, sometimes, of course, like the preparation and the targets, I do everything usually off stream and of course before the videos. But now you see how I make the boxes and the colors and yeah. Klopt, Tim. Yeah, I don't know how many during the... But yeah, thanks everyone for being here and subbing, spending some time together while we watch what happens on the chart. How do we know if we go out of the box that is a 2 or B? Oh, so when you... Okay, so what the question of Mr. Brownbug for everyone has to do with this scenario. So once it rejects here, how do you know if it's gonna be a wave 3 or C, right? How do you know if the high potentially here at a certain moment in time is B or 2? Well, a couple of things you have to think about. 3 things. 1, where does it turn around? Turns around between the 382 and the 05, higher probability for B. Turns around between the 786 and the 886, higher probability for B. Turns around in the 05786, probabilities remain the same. Then we look at number 2, which is time. For a wave 2, preferably, price, or most commonly, wave 2 ends before the 1-to-1. However, the FIPS that I have on my chart here can still be wave 2-ish, 2-3 FIP times. So that means FIP time taken from the high to the low of A or 1, by the way. You compare A or 1 with 2 or B. The longer price is ranging, the higher the probability for B. So for a wave 2, usually a wave 2 is short, deep, and simple. Zigzag structures, for example, right? Between the 382 and the 1 is important, but even ending after the 1 is fine. But the moment you get close to the 3 FIP time, that is when the probabilities increase for a B or a 2. So that means if price is ending between the 786 and the 05, between the 382 and pretty much the 2 to the 2.5, it can still be a B or 2. We don't yet know. So then we look towards the move to the downside, which is then the third point. And a wave C, of course, can, just like here, be very, very spiky, very quick, or also very low. Wave Cs can be quite a pain, can be quite difficult. A, B, this was a C as well, but this was a very slow C. So it was, I like to say, like it's a staircase. So you go down, sideways, down, sideways, down, sideways, down, sideways. Very, very typical wave C, but a very long wave C. So you can have very short wave Cs, very long wave Cs. The main difference between a C and a 3 once it goes down is the retracement. So if you look for 1, so 1, 2, 3, right? Of course, a wave C has to be a 5-wave structure, by the way. Wait, I should say this differently. If you look for a 1, and then a 2, then you look for a 3, 4, and a 5. So you're going to be looking for a bigger 4. That is the same degree as this wave 2. If you look for an A, B, C, you're going to be looking for a 5, 3, 5, and move back up. Meaning the main difference is what I have on the chart, the 618. Because if we look for a 1, 2, 3, you want to see a 4 and a 5. Wave 4 invalidation is the 0.618. The moment it's hit, we're going to be looking for the highs. As long as it's not hit and we make lower lows, potential for an impulse remains. So the 0.618 becomes important. Wave 3 generally, right, has more volume and is more impulsive. Wave 3s tend to be parabolic, in this case then to the downside, with volume increasing. Of course, in a wave C that can happen, it's just less common. Wave 3s tend to extend more. Yes, this wave C went to the 3.618, but it's very rare, right? It's not common. You don't see that often. It's more common for a wave 3. However, it depends on the range afterwards. So wave C can be sometimes very quick, generally are a bit slower compared to a wave 3. So these are some of the things that you can look at to then get an idea of the probabilities for a wave B or 2. Yeah, so hopefully that's useful. Yay, George, how you doing? Welcome. Price target on B, basically in goals all wave 2 targets. Other than the price structure get there. Are there any other things? Well, that's kind of as explained. Nakam, Salman, welcome. Derika Yuki, bearish end, bullish now till halving. Halving is April, right? We're only in Jan, so I'm not involved with the halving and all the hype. So as long as you don't get a solid impulsive structure here, right? How can I say? The retracement to the upside is important. If we have corrective structures to the upside instead of a bigger impulse, you're going to be looking in April for probably prices below 39K. Unless you get a strong impulse here. Yeah, okay, maybe you go above 49. But at the moment, probabilities are higher for an A, B, C or a 1, 2, 3. Now, a wave B or 2 can take a while, right? Time-wise, wave B or 2 can definitely take a while. So this is early Feb, especially wave B can be longer. Not to forget that after a high is made, you then also want to go down. So you need to have another 1, 2, and then eventually 3. So yeah, I personally, at the moment, from an Elliott Wave point of view, don't believe in bullish continuation till halving, because the probabilities are higher for an A or a 1 down compared to this being the end of a wave C for a flat ABC to then take the high. But it depends on the retracement. If you get an impulse now, yeah, you could take the high, right? But then we want to see strong continuation, volume increasing, parabolic movement to the upside, all the good stuff. The moment probabilities increase for a corrective structure, we're going to be looking for this. And then by April, you might be below 39K. So, yeah. Gap filled, chat filled. Yeah, I know. Sometimes, because I tend to be a bit behind. What is the background color and setting? This is the color. I actually don't know. I think it's this one or something. No. This one here. So you can see it, 0C2568. And then it's just black right top. Salman, I really enjoy your love from Pakistan and I appreciate that. But okay, he didn't do it again. You know, one message is okay. There's other people in chat. This was the top. Now we move 39.2. Gabriel, what's your count? Because I don't know what your count is for this scenario here. 41.4, then 39.2, and then 51. I don't know how you would count this, unless you have a flat here and then 1 AB, like 1, 2, 3 with a flat in 2. Other than that, I don't see any other way to get price up there. What does it mean hitting 41.4? Invalidation of the bearish scenario that we had earlier in the stream. So we now hit 41.4. Love from Holland. Find yourself. What's up, Dow? How you doing? Good morning, afternoon. Big up, fam. Hope everyone does well. What's up, Ways of Jedi? Welcome once more. Hello, hi. Bitcoin long 20x 40.6. I think I have to hold. That depends on your plan. We're currently at 41.4. You entered 46. That's literally at resistance. But if you, if it's part of your plan, you should trade it. But don't trade based on emotions. Trade based on statistics. That's the best you can do. When did you open a trade? During the pump? Probably. Learning a lot. Pleasure, Yannick. At the start, 20 minutes ago. Yeah, somewhere here. 40.6. Wait, we didn't even hit it on my chart. Maybe the target is 40.6. Tante, welcome. Nice to see you here as well. First message ever here. I don't recognize your name from YouTube comments nor the live stream. So welcome, good to see you. Siet, now sell or tell me anybody, please. Depends on your plan, sir. For people that are new, stop trading. If you ask these questions, start doing these 6 steps. 1, try as many free tools. 2, build statistics on your favorite tools. 3, combine your favorite tools, build more statistics. 4, tweak and adjust the combination of the statistic, or the combination of tools. Add a tool, remove a tool, see what it does with the statistics. 5, trade your combination, which is now your strategy, with a low amount of money. Work on your trading psychology. 6, trade with higher budgets, slowly increasing, because you got to get used to the losses. Getting used to the wins is easy. If you do not follow these steps, you are not going to be long-term profitable. If you want to make trading your business, work on a plan. Else it's completely useless. If you follow online YouTubers, and yeah, okay, you know, I do get sometimes like a mail and people say thanks and stuff, but guys, this is no financial advice, anything. You need your own plan and strategy. Or in Diamond, I share my plan, my strategy, my setups from an Elliott Wave point of view, my other strategy that I have, my main strat. So yeah, track statistics. Else you can't trust others long term, right? You need to be able to trust yourself. 500 USD, running my target 42.5. Running my target 42.5. I see. Just judge the reaction and make your own decisions. Correct. How much probability of pump? I mean, the probabilities for a pump were high because of the bullish CVDs that we had here. 886 touch locally as well. So that is what changed this morning when I did my analysis, and I wrote that in Discord and Telegram. But now here, it's completely neutral. There's no probabilities here at the moment for a pump nor a dump. Now it's about observing what the move does. Probabilities were higher here for a move up at 40.2. If managed well, probably stop losses here are break even. And here, for me, no financial advice, is an absolute no entry zone at the moment. But that's my plan. Because now we don't yet know if this is an ABC or if we're looking for a 1, 2, 3. If we look for 1, 2, 3, we want to see strong bullish continuation. But the most important thing now from an Elliott Wave point of view is to wait for a range. We need a range, we need more data, we need more information, which we don't have yet. So we need to wait. The beautiful game of trading, right? Patience. And once we get a range again, that is when we can reassess the probabilities and take it from there. So yes, of course, price can pump to higher prices. Take the daily at 41,666, potentially even move above. But we are at resistance now. But everyone has their plan. So if it fits your plan and you do not have resistance here, right, that's fine. Because everyone has their own plan and their own strategy. If it works for you, then it's good. Everyone should also respect everyone else's strategy if it's a profitable long-term strategy. Not checking alts at the moment because of course what Bitcoin does. Love from wow, so many people from Pakistan. Nabil, thank you. Paramit, hi from France. What's up? How you doing? Good to have you here. France, the country of the baguettes. Sarak Fares, much love. Thanks, mate. Welcome here as well. Hello, hi. The target is correct, or I have to 50%. Depends on your plan. Tante, Vietnam. I still want to backpack Vietnam. One of my best friends, together with his now fiance, backpacked Vietnam. And man, it looked amazing. So it's definitely on the list. Good morning, Skywalker. Pew Pew, hello from Myanmar. Jeez, it's such a global audience. I just responded. Welcome, Pew Pew. Ahmed Mert, Koens, you said in WXY, if W is a zigzag, Y could be a zigzag only if it's a... Yes. Can you look at ETH? Most probable it's creating a double zigzag. However, it's not a sharp one. I will actually at least note ETH down, but once I open the door to check at other charts, you know. So... Ahmed, you're in Discord as well, right? Feel free to send a screenshot and tag me. So potentially something to look at after the stream as well, just in case. It's an obvious short position, depends on your plan. it might not be obvious for many others, right? So have your plan, have your strategy, long or short, depending on your plan of strategy. Low chance for a good short here. No, I mean, depends on, again, depends on your plan, because we do have resistance here. So there's definitely a reason to short, yes. But is it part of your plan to short? Or is this a take profit area for your long? These are the questions, right? So what is a good short area for one person might not be a great short area for another person, because the strategies are different. And as long as both of the people are profitable with their own strategy, it's fine, right? Not everyone needs to short at the same place or long at the same place. Just make sure you follow your own plan and your own strategy. And if you have a certain set of confluences and certain set of entry rules and they are accepted, you should short. And if you have certain rules to long, you should long. And then you just trade the statistics, because you know your win rate, you know your risk-reward ratio. And if you just follow the process, you have your entry requirements, your rules, check, 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 check. You just enter. And you let the statistics do its thing. Because you know over 100 trades I'm profitable. But yeah, I might have 5 losses in a row. But then I get 15 wins in a row. And then I get 3 losses, and then 1 win, and then 5 losses, and then 3 wins. And you just trade the statistics. If you have a losing trade, it does not mean your strategy doesn't work. It just means it's one of the losses that's part of the strategy. So yes, there's definitely arguments here to short based on the volume, bit of resistance, filled the gap, daily is just above, potential ABC structure here to the upside as well, right? Yeah. So, but it depends on your plan. So, yeah. And if it's part of your plan, take it. If it's not part of your plan, don't take it. Right? At the moment, not injured, Leo. Focus on Bitcoin. For here or there. What's your opinion on miners like Mara? I'm actually not really involved with the mining side, so I wouldn't really have an opinion on miners, to be honest. So I'm so technical, like so 100% technical, that if it wasn't for Discord and the community, I probably wouldn't know anything about the fundamentals of Bitcoin. I just trade the chart. So also with miners, I have no idea really what's going on. Now sometimes Mara is like requested, but I don't know what the status is of miners in the industry with the halving and all that stuff. I don't really follow it. I just trade the chart. No. So, but welcome, Henry. How you doing? So I don't really have an opinion. It's difficult for me to have an opinion because of my knowledge about miners. Ayush, not now. We will do a big altcoin stream coming up, but if people know the channel, you will probably know that Bitcoin is the main focus point. Is this a fake pump? It's a potential wave C, and then you go down, or a wave 3. We don't know yet. Buy or sell? Sir, you need a plan. If you ask these questions, you, sir, are going to be one of the very awesome losing traders. I swear, guys. Like, if you ask this question, stop trading. Stop trading, right? Do not even enter a trade if you ask this question, because you are wasting your money, especially if it's money you can't lose. Clearly, you do not have a plan. And of course, I always have to explain this several times during a live stream, but and it's not. I don't have a problem repeating myself. I'm here to teach your ass a lesson to stop trading and build a plan. If you ask these questions, you are losing. You will not be long-term profitable, and I don't care if you agree with me or not, because I agree, as it was part of my journey. If you want to be a long-term businessmen or women, because that's what you're going to be if you're going to be a trader. If you want to be long-term, consistently profitable, these fucking questions are questions you can never ask again, because you clearly do not have a plan. You don't have a plan. So you can go to 15 YouTube channels, get different answers to buy or to sell. What you gonna do? Are you gonna do that for the upcoming 10 years because you want to quit your job? So you want to quit your day job, your 9 to 5. So you want to get into trading. Then you go on YouTube and ask buy or sell. Is that your plan? Is that how you want to avoid the rat race and get out of it? That's fucking stupid. And I get pissed off because these type of questions, yes, I do get them a lot. But for everyone that's joining here and wants to ask this question, I now tell you, you will not get an answer. The answer you get is make a plan and record statistics. If you do not put effort into recording statistics, you are not going to be a long-term profitable trader. You need a plan. And I'm saying this also in such a tonality, so hopefully you realize as a viewer what it takes to be long-term profitable as well, because I want you to win. You will not win with this. Your name is win to win, which might be a win, but your portfolio account will not be a win. It's going to be a drama, right? I want you to be profitable. That's why I have the channel. That's why I try to educate you guys. That's why I try to use my experience and hopefully have people learn something. But this shit here, right? And that's nothing to like you personally, but just realize what you do. Realize if you write this, realize why are you even in this industry? Are you gambling? Right? Because I'm not gambling. I'm consistently profitable. I was gambling in the beginning, but I learned my lessons. So hopefully I can teach you something. Make a plan. Make a plan. 6 steps. I mentioned them before. 6 steps that you need to go through to build a plan. If you do not have the discipline to go through these 6 steps, if you don't have the motivation to go through the upcoming 6 steps, you better just quit, take your money, stop trading, because you're just gambling. Step 1, try as many free tools as you can on TradingView or potentially Atlas or other stuff, but start on TradingView. Use the tools. 2, find your favorites and build statistics. Get your Excel sheet out, build statistics and back test and forward test. 3, combine your favorite tools that do good in the statistics, and then build more statistics on the combination of the tools, because now you're building a strategy, right? Step 4, tweak and adjust. Add something, remove something. See what it does with the statistics. So you're still recording more statistics, right? 5, start trading your strategy once the statistics are okay with a low amount of money and work on your trading psychology. Step 6, increase the budget and focus on your losses. Increase the budget slowly, trading your plan, because you will get used to the winners very quickly, but not to the losses, and it messes up with your trading psychology. Follow these 6 steps and you will be guaranteed a winning trader. Why? Because you're trading statistics. You are just trading math. And that is what will help you to become a profitable trader. Not the emotion, not the questions on YouTube to ask a trader buy or sell. What's going to help you is data. Win rate, risk reward ratio, best session, best day, best entry time. How long does it take for a setup to form? How long does it take for a TP to hit? If I trade with or against the trend, what's my win rate? What's my best strategy? Is it strategy A, strategy B, strategy C? Data, 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 data. And it leaves the emotions out the window, because now you're just trading based on data. You just follow your process, check all the boxes, enter the trade, go on with your day. If it's a loss or a win, you don't care, because it's part of the data. Beautiful. Well, there you go. Hopefully, I'll never see this question by you ever again. Not that it has any consequences to the channel, but hopefully you learn your lesson. Because I want you to win. Win to win, to win, right? And it's the same with everyone else that asked that question. You know, it's the wrong place. I'm going to tell you to put in the work. And that's probably not what you want to hear, because people look for shortcuts. Fuck that. There's no shortcuts in trading. You know, you can't buy a random indicator with a red and a green dot and expect to be profitable. You would still need a plan. You still need a strategy. You still need to learn something. So yeah, cool. I'm actually a very kind and happy person, but I had to get it out. No, the people that know me on the channel, they know. MJP Beats, what's up? Let's see, in my opinion, it comes down to 40.3 today. Yes, that has potential, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, there's solid resistance here as well. Tell about Bitcoin Tether US. Welcome, first of all, Amul. And the analysis from an Elliott Wave point of view was at the beginning. So now we are observing here what happens with the potential of a finished ABC here, which depends on the retracement we get here, right? So we have over here the ABC or the 1, 2, 3. Now volume is not really picking up as much as you like to see. If we're looking for a big wave 3 to the upside, we are at resistance here, right? Also the daily just above. We hit the end of the daily gap. So we have a little bit of resistance locally. Now on the CVD, do we have a double top here on the 3 minutes? I don't think it's a double top on the chart. I think it's just... No, so here the high got taken, but on the AGGR... it's not taken. That's interesting. So we are just waiting for a range now. But yes, if you're looking for an ABC up here, then correct, you could go to 40.3, yeah. How to learn Pro Elliott Wave might be from fundamental on the... so I have 3 tips. If you want to learn Elliott Waves, right? My first tip would be to try the free sources. So even before the book, I would recommend to especially check the first link I have in the description, which is under the educational section, right? Not the Bing X link, because you won't learn any Elliott Waves there. But open the description. There's a title with education or sources, something like this. And the first website, bit.ly Elliott Wave Detailed, brings you to this website. And I personally think this website is one of the best Elliott Wave websites that you will find online. So start here, and then I would recommend to study it, like get a notebook out and make notes. Find these scenarios on the chart. Try implementing the waves on the chart as well. This is definitely the place to start, in my opinion. Then you can indeed get the book, right? The Elliott Wave book, which is also linked below if you want. Of course, that's an affiliate link. You can also just Google it and buy it online. And the third option is that if people look for more guidance and they want to learn more about my style of Elliott Waves and you know, all the scenarios and the fibs and the templates that I have and all that stuff, that is when the gold membership is pretty much the Elliott Wave course, which people can easily finish in a month. So it's like people are a member for 1 month and they can then go to either silver, diamond, or they quit. That is for people that want more guidance, but I generally recommend to just start with the website, really. Oh, and Discord, yes. You can also always join Discord, as there's many people in Discord that share their thoughts. So John here, he's a great Elliott Wave analyst himself, KG as well, And you will also see a lot of Elliott Wave analysis in the group. So yeah, it's good stuff. And then we have the Ethereum channel, altcoin channel, and the others channel. Thanks, Mark, as well. How high can Bitcoin go? What do you expect? Well, we wait for range to form for a potential C. The volume is not great, right? We are at resistance here as well. But most importantly is the 618 here at 40.5. Arguably, we can take it a little bit lower, so 40.3, 40.2. But that would be an invalidation for an impulse. So, yeah. And as mentioned, the volume is not yet amazing. No? We had some bullish CVDs and stuff. That's great. We have a bit of an increased volume here, increasement in volume. But yeah, if this is a wave 3, you want to see strong continuation. And at the moment, it's a little bit meh. So we continue to observe here. But after a big push or a big dump, the first thing you want to wait for from an Elliott Wave point of view is generally a range, as you then know more. That's where the information comes. Follower from the Philippines. What's up, Andre? Man, Philippines, that's awesome. I have a friend of mine from the Global Esports Federation. So I am a board member of the Global Esports Federation as well. And one of the advisors lives in the Philippines. He has a wife from the Philippines. And he sometimes shows me pictures with his kid on the beaches, and you know, it's beautiful. Eh? Earthman, what's up? How are you doing? Where is going Bitcoin? Up or down or sideways? Based on probabilities, we are now, we expected price to move up. We're waiting for a range or more information, right? We are at resistance here as well. Volume is not that high for a potential wave 3. So yeah, probabilities might be on the side for an ABC. But the main invalidation would be hitting the 618, because a wave 4, if we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in an impulse, you don't want the 618 to be hit in a wave 4 unless you think about a bigger diagonal. So at the moment, we just remain patient and we wait for a range, because we still are in a uptrend environment here. Daily just above as well at 41.6K. So we remain patient and wait for a range. So just like with most of the moves down, right? Move down, wait for a range. So now we have a move up and we wait for a range here, here locally. Streamer Bloom. Hello, Sabat. Can you analyze Solana? Not at the moment, because we focus on Bitcoin mainly here. I will do a big altcoin stream eventually, but it's not today though. What's up, Skywalker? So I'll answer that. Do you in position? I never talk about my positions. Everyone should have their own plan. Hey Koens, I think you should look at the BTC FDUSD chart. There's trickery on this. It happened before. Volume effect is going up. I generally, because I have most experience on Coinbase, I generally have a look at the volume here. I have seen you sharing I think it was a Binance chart or some other chart in Discord the other day with this move to the downside here, where your chart, the one that you shared, had actually increasing volume, which is interesting. But yeah, I generally follow the volume on Coinbase. But in the end, the real invalidations and stuff are the fibs. So I like to use the fibs. So this is Bybit, increased volume. This is Bitstamp. Average here is higher. This is Binance. There's also a solid push here. And this is index chart. Also a bit of a push. So yeah, I think on most of the charts you have a solid increase. But on Coinbase it's very weak here actually. We did, of course, volume a little increase, but yeah, that's why I prefer to look at the fibs, look at the resistance areas here, probability wise. But yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, the trickery. It's interesting, like isn't there like a volume indicator instead of the standard one that averages the volume of the different platforms in separate candles here? So you get like an average instead of only from the chart. That would be interesting. The Gouda favorite city in Amsterdam is a joke, only Mark will understand. You're half English, half Spanish, living in Mallorca in Spain. Mark is at it again, eh? Mark, thanks for the gift, man. And Ways of the Jedi, welcome to the party. Ways of the Jedi, send me an email because I'm gonna bump you up to silver, because bronze doesn't give you anything. So send me an email with your YouTube username, Discord username, Telegram username, and I'll get you into silver for the month there. So you at least have like the updates and stuff. Yeah. Holy moly. You are so kind, your highs. Okay, this is, I'm gonna scan and it'll be very different. Of course, yeah, everyone has their own analysis. Thanks, Abir. Grüß aus Stuttgart. What's up, Andreas Zahn? How you doing? Guten Tag. No, what's very... first time commenting. La Grande Commission. What's up? How you doing? Sounds a bit French as well, but welcome. Good to have you here. Buy or sell. Ooh, there's another one. You better watch out. I'm not going to go into it again. How do you find the point of controls? With volume profile, you can use the indicator here, which is called Market Session and Volume Profile by Leviathan. You can pull your own volume profiles on the chart to find point of controls, and you can use ATAS, and I have a video on my YouTube channel, which you can find by searching for volume profile. What do you mean by free tools? This. All the tools here. Everything that is accessible here on TradingView. These are the free tools, yeah. Or you can download ATAS, which is ATAS is free for crypto, so you can also use ATAS. Where's the link for your live chart? In the description. That are freely available in trading. Yeah, and exactly. And you have, of course, indicators and everything. Yes, everything that is in TradingView, pretty much. Yes, correct. BC, hi from Singapore. Never been there yet, but what's up, BC? How you doing, eh? Other side of the world. Any hiking plan from your side, or the weather is not allowing you? I mean, in the Netherlands, it's still pretty fresh. Any hikes? Yes, because in March, I'll marry in South Africa, and we're definitely going to plan some hikes there as well. So that would be probably the next hike, like Table Mountain, Lion's Head, those hikes, yeah. CPI data coming today. Oh, so we got some news as well. That can be interesting. It doesn't really show on my news, like the website I follow, but potentially some movement. No, we already got some movement here, but there's definitely it's slowing down. Little bit of a bearish CVD, a red candle here. CVD moving up, right? So we have over here lower high between the green and the red candle, lower high, but a higher high on yellow. So that's a small bearish CVD. Red candle, CVD moving up on blue. There's more buyers here than sellers, but the candles are red. But that is very, very small. Same here. Red candle, CVD moves up. You know, you take the low. But this is so low time frame. What I prefer with CVD is keeping an eye on the 15, really. So, patience, just waiting. Noor B, hi from Morocco. What's up? Man, I love Morocco in the World Cup. That was amazing. Welcome. What's the probability on retracing to the 618 based on the pump? I mean, the volume is, you want to see strong continuation in the wave 3. And at the moment, we have a bit of a break. So if this is a big wave 3, 1, 2, couple of 1-2s here, you want to see a strong move. Yes, we are at resistance. But then what I'm looking for, if you want to see continuation, is a little bit of a range below resistance. Preferably, you want to see some bullish CVD divergences building as well. And then you can move to the upside, if you can flip the daily at least. So there's no probabilities here now for just hitting the 618 by itself. It's waiting for a range which will get us the information, and if it drops, it drops. But yeah. Also on AGGR, we didn't yet take this like the high, while on the chart we did, which is also interesting. Welcome, Matej, Psychologic Astronaut. Welcome as well. Thanks, I appreciate it. Exotic City of Rembrandt and Armin van Buren, Amsterdam. Look at Bake. Nope, we focus on Bitcoin here at the moment. Altcoins will get their time. Dido, welcome. Would you look for yearly open for Finnish potential wave A? I don't look at the yearly open. For me, the level is traded through too much already, so it became irrelevant to me. I like fresh levels and new levels. So the yearly open was the yearly close, of course, of previous year, and I generally don't look at it anymore because we've been through it so often already. However, when you talk about the target 42,288. 42,288, that's up here. You do want to see a wave 4, of course, if you are looking for an A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave 3 is not allowed to be the shortest, so you need a short wave 5 if this is your wave 3. It's a little above the one, but it would take a high from previous weekend range, which seems nice. Also the 4-hour little gap, I think. Yeah, there's definitely some confluences there. That's a nice find, Bruno. Wave 3 is arguably a bit short. You have a couple of 1-2s here. If you're looking for wave 3 up, this has to be, there's a few 1-2s or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you still want a 4 range and a 5. This is your 2, so you want a wave 4 of the pretty much same size usually. A little bit shorter is not a big deal because 2 was a WXY, so wave 4 can be shorter, but you're still going to be looking for quite a range before you want to hit that level to then reject there. If you look for an A, that is. Didu from Kenya, what's up? All the way from Kenya. Hello from Kenya. Holy moly. Global stuff. What does the red trading volume tell us right now? I generally don't really look at the colors. I could have actually made this just a single color. I like to look at the height of the candles. I don't really look too much at the colors unless we are in a like for example here on the 4-hour on my chart, right? This is the Coinbase chart. If you move down but volume is going down as well, that's when it's interesting. But still, I still look at the height of the candles and not necessarily the color. So it's, oh, we move down on lower volume, at least on this chart. At the moment, we move up here. Volume is not great just yet. So now Bitcoin, where to go? Give your advice. We wait for a range. That's the recommendation. When price was down here, we were looking for a move up. We got the move up, and now we wait. We look for either an ABC or 1, 2, 3. If it's a wave 3, we want to see strong continuation. The longer we range here, the lower the probabilities. But at the moment, we barely spent any time up here, so we remain patient. We know the 618 is important. Daily is important as well. We are at resistance. So yes, there is definitely the potential for ABC and down, but there's no proof yet of that happening. Elliott Waves is also a lot of patience. 57. Mark is keeping track, eh? Keeping track. Thanks, Mark. Keeping me updated. But yeah, I appreciate everyone that joined now as well. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Would you be able to share your view on the situation long term? Means looking at a one-day chart. Yes, but not during this stream. So if you Eldudorino, I have a video on my YouTube channel which I recommend. Every week, Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, I upload a video in this playlist. Bitcoin cycle, macro, and high time frame video. The most recent one here is about 10 minutes, and it will go over the monthly, the weekly, and the daily chart. So just because of time and me being very bad in catching up with chat, I would recommend you to go there. We hit last Friday New York close. Also adding to a little bit of resistance. Some remix would make a great intro for this channel. Maybe one day we have a... I don't really like channels with intros because it delays me. It doesn't give me value as a viewer. That's why I don't have any intros on this channel. Click the video, bam, just get served what you're looking for, right? An outro is fine, but I never really like channels where the first 10 seconds is some intro with stuff moving in the screen. I'm not there for the intro. I know your brand because I clicked on your channel. I can see the channel title and the channel name. I just want to see what I came for. So yeah, I don't have, and I will never have intros in my videos. Maybe one day an outro, but also, you know, the outro I have now for me is good enough. It's to the point. It's not too fancy and stuff. It just says, this is the Instagram, this is the video I recommend, this is the sub, and if you want to become a member, there's an arrow down, basically. Yeah, it's very, very easy. How can I learn crypto trading? Now, this is a question that I do like. How can I learn to trade, right? So, of course, we spoke about this multiple times, but very, very short. Give me 20 seconds. Step 1, try as many free tools in TradingView as you can. Step 2, track statistics on the tools. Step 3, combine the tools, track more statistics on the combination. Step 4, tweak and adjust the combination, add something, remove something, track more statistics. Step 5, start trading your combination, which is now your strategy. With a low amount of money, work on your trading psychology. Step 6, increase your budget. Those would be the steps to, I suppose, learn trading, because learning how to trade starts with having your form of analysis, either fundamental or technical. If you're technical, then use the tools. If you're fundamental, you gotta have other sources, but I can't help you with that because I'm not a fundamental trader. So that would be my recommendation. And if you, if you don't have a trading platform, I personally trade on BingX. We got some cool campaigns going on. So for everyone interested, you can check the links in the description. And if not, you can also not click on the link, but Google for BingX and check it out yourself. For me, it's the best platform. I'm there already for a long time. Bitcoin going for a pump. It had a bit of a pump. Yes. And we still have the daily above. Could be interesting to hit that as well. ABC done. Look on the ETH structure. Johnny Bravo, welcome. Currently going through the chat, trying to keep up. Feels too early for another pump. Yeah, we're ranging here now. Your analysis with Elliott Waves? Yes, correct. Seems like paywall. How many times do you think it will retest before it could see a drop back downside from this? The more often you test resistance, the weaker it becomes. So if there's a wall, the more often you hit it, of course, the higher the probability you're gonna squeeze through that. So drop back to the downside from this short squeeze. I want to see a range from an Elliott Wave point of view. Yeah. We still have the daily above as well. Currently on the 15, we barely have any range here, right, at the moment. So right around the 236 here, but yeah, there's no information yet. Bit of a gap. Patience. Oh, I know what this was about. Short with two hands. Stick to the plan. B channel. Thanks for your excitement. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, B channel. Also for you, of course, becoming or being a member now. But yeah, 7K. It's insane, eh? It's crazy. Thanks for the support. It's like we're like a team. I just happen to be the guy making the videos. Grayscale still also remember that whenever that was done. We play against the market makers. You play against yourself. We can't blame market makers, or you can build a strategy to be long-term profitable, whatever market makers do, as long as you want to build statistics. So And I also really enjoy, so this is most important. Also remember that when everyone expects something to happen, the opposite does. But that's not market makers. That is just general market knowledge. Because most of the people lose because of emotions, buying high and selling low. So that is sometimes why on the channel we also have these psychology scenarios. So with the ETF announcement, we were waiting for a move down. The ETF announcement was the perfect opportunity to go down. Nothing market makers. It's just it's almost obvious, and we have the fundamentals with indeed companies buying, which might help, or there might be some funny games. But I like to focus on what I can control, and that is my plan, my strategy, and my statistics. So I would recommend to mainly focus on this, unless you are a fundamental trader. Right? And you trade based on news, but then you have your own way of analyzing the news, I can imagine as well. But yeah, market makers and manipulation and those type of terms, I don't generally use them because I think we try to find an explanation of potentially the losses we incur, but in the end, the losses you incur is just based on the plan. And it's no problem to lose a trade as long as it's managed well. I know, right, Tim? That's fucking stupid. I like the drama. Lost to loss free. Today is X10 on crypto. If that is your day today, it's your day, my friend. The analysis is at the beginning, though. It would be quite impressive if Bitcoin can make a 10x to 400k, but probabilities are low for that to happen. Now, at the moment, we are at resistance, Kevin here. We filled the daily gap. We have the daily here. We're just waiting for a range to give us more info. And soon I have to go for lunch as well, though. What's up, Ed? Mercimanio, do you trade full time? That depends on what you mean with full time. Are you talking about, are the profits high enough to live from? Or am I behind the PC from 9 to 5? Because I would have a different answer on both of these questions. So my personal developed trading plan gives me the freedom to do a lot of other stuff while the profits are more than enough. More than enough. So do I trade full time? Probably no, because I don't have to be behind my PC the whole day. I built my strategy in such a way that if I enter, I can just go on with my day, set some alarms, and I'm good. So I have a lot of flexibility. Profit wise, you could say yes, but as traders, usually you want to leave the 9 to 5, for example, right? General thing is I want to stop my job and start trading full time. Now, you don't have a boss, that's one, but I also don't want to sit from 9 to 5 behind the PC if I don't have to. So my strategy is very flexible. 10 to 20 setups a month, more than enough profit. And that depends also on your account size, of course, by the way. So yeah, doing very well. And that also gives me the flexibility to do a lot of other stuff like YouTube, like being a global keynote speaker. None of these things are necessarily full time, but I just I do what I enjoy doing. My hobby is my work is my hobby. So and trading is just one of the revenue streams, I suppose. Dasek, how do you track your loss, wins, fees, especially for taxes necessarily at the Netherlands? I don't really focus on the taxes. Of course, the moment that's income tax, right? So the moment you transfer money to your bank account, Like once I got a call from the bank and they were like, yo, where's all this money coming from? They didn't know. They just wanted to make sure there weren't shady things going on. It was about a year ago. That was crazy. So yes, you have to pay taxes, which of course mainly is income tax, depending on how much income you pay. And if it's part of your business, then you also, if you have an accountant, you might have to do the quarterly taxes as well, right? Depends though if you transfer it to the bank or not. So yeah, at the end of the year, you do have to show your portfolio and what's online. At least, that's what you should do. But the moment you transfer money to the bank and it's a part of your income, you'll pay income taxes. But with my losses and wins and the fees, I don't focus on taxes. Generally, I don't focus on taxes at all because that's the work of my accountant. I just focus on my loss, wins, and fees. Actually, I don't even focus on the fees. I just focus on the loss and the wins. Just the plan and the strategy. Yeah. Does that help, I guess? Frustrated. When we moon. Yonto. We moon. During the weekend. We always moon during the weekend, right? Sideways moon. Hidden moon. Always the W. Thanks, everyone. Lost all my weekly gains today on this pump. Gonna change my strategy now. Watch out with changing your strategy if you have one loss. So I think the problem here is risk management, but not your strategy. You had weekly gains, probably more than one trade during the week, which was good, but then you lost it in one trade. So it's a risk management problem. It's not a strategy problem. So focus on how you can improve your risk management. And that's also generally, if you build a plan, again, you can have 5 losses in a row, right? And it's still following the plan. It's no problem. You can even have more, but the plan still works. Because over 100 trades, your win rate might be 50, 60%. So you're still going to have 40, 50 losses. Even if you have 70%, still 30 losses, but you don't know when they come. It's just based on data. On average, you'll have 40 losses and 60 wins, but you don't know when the 40 losses come. So if you stuck to your process and to your plan, it's just another loss. But then it's probably a risk management thing. Yeah, I know, he was joking. Wait, Digitalot, what's up? How you doing? Good morning. What's up, Luis Rivera? Kunz is going in on the dome. Sometimes you do have to, right? Video Kingdom, what's up? Bronkas, thank you. Hey bro, where do you think the dump will go? 37k is very interesting. If we move down, that's definitely an area of interest. Absolutely. To observe the reaction. Fad, how you doing? Al-salam alaikum. Al-salam alaikum. Gonna learn many languages here, but Fad, how you doing? Good to see you as well. Welcome back. I trade with my feeling, and honestly I do better than with too much math. Make fun if you want, but it's true. Feeling, then continue trading based on feeling, right? So if you can trade based on your feeling, then yeah, if that works for you, that's the way to go. Are you doing a live trade? Not live trading, at least not on YouTube. Sambal, I like sambal. I always have sambal during lunch. Tell stories, tell me you haven't watched any of Kun's content, or do you any? Yeah. Yep, Jedi. Sometimes one has to repeat it, right? What's up, Dealey? How you doing? Ed, depends on the plan or the strategy. Thanks, Mark, again. On the heat map, there's some liquidity left. 41,600. Yeah, and that's also where the daily is. Hey, maybe a band-aid. Thanks, man. Look at you go. Robot. There you go. You know what to do, eh, Robot? Send me an email. Thanks, maybe a band-aid. And of course, Robot, thank maybe a band-aid as well. Welcome to the team. Send me an email and I'll bump you up to silver with your YouTube username, Discord username, Telegram username, and I'll put you in silver instead of bronze. Also, Alex, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you here. Good to see you here once again. So Alex, by the way, he is live on YouTube a lot as well. So check out his channel. And recently, oh wait, your messages were here already. Man, I'm so far behind. Ahmed, good morning. Oh, this is where we were. Yes. Do you have any friends in Asia? Yes. So I'm as board member of the Global Esports Federation. There's Asian national federations that are part of our Global Esports Federation, and also Asian members in the board. So yes, absolutely, yeah. CVD, how can there be more buyers but price going lower? CVD, how can there be more buyers? So CVD line moves up and price is moving down. That is absorption. So there's someone with a limit order absorbing the market longs, yeah, and then eventually once exhausted, push price down. So yeah, or shorts are exiting, of course, right? Going out of position. You can use open interest there as well. Spot and leverage orders. What will happen in the next few hours? A range. That's what I'm looking for, and then based on that, we can reassess the probabilities. Probabilities were higher to move up when price was here. We had an 886 touch here from this high to this low, increasing probabilities to take the high as well. Then we had bullish CVD divergences for the second time. So we were looking for a move up. We got it, and now we need to wait for a range, preferably. See if the daily gets taken or if it hits the 618 as well. Where should you start? I would recommend to join a community, Alegriza, as well, if you're new, because you can get a lot of help by asking questions to other members, which I think is very beneficial to your development. And then where you want to start is by just trying out the tools on TradingView. Know what they do and how they work. So try to understand the tools. That would be my step number one. Join a community, chat in the community and try to participate, try to understand, ask some questions. While in the meantime, you learn how TradingView works and some of the indicators that TradingView has. And then you'll figure out which tools you enjoy using the most. And that's when you can go in step 2, which is building statistics. Should I go long at the resistance? Ed is in a trolling mood today. Yeah. You should, mate. Treadmill fan in the house. PC in 20 minutes. I don't know how far I'm behind on chat. I can't see the times here. What indicator would you recommend for a beginner? Where to start learning and trading? Oh, well, it's the same question actually. So I just answered the question, which was the same as Alariza. So I don't recommend indicators from the beginning. I just recommend testing indicators and tools. So just test as many, like usually people test RSI, MACD, money flow indicator, the MFI, and other stuff that they find. But also test the tools like Fibonacci, volume profile, support resistance, trend lines, channels, that type of stuff. And join a community to ask questions as well. That is definitely what I recommend. And then once you figure out the tools, then you go into building statistics and build a plan. And that's also in Diamond. So in Diamond, besides people trading my strategy, there's a big focus on helping people to develop their strategies as well. And yesterday I actually made a new channel in the Diamond section, which is called Strategy R&D, Research and Development. So now what happens in the group is, besides my main strategy that people trade in BTC setups and alt setups, we're now also really talking a lot about developing other strategies with other things. And there's a community effort of tracking statistics, sharing their thoughts, and trying to build other strategies. And if the strategies, that's what I said as well, if the strategies that we find here are good enough based on data, backtesting, and forward testing, I will make a separate channel per new strategy in there, so that people can focus, one channel for one way of trading. It's not all mixed. I want to keep it structured. So yeah, will it fall few numbers before going up another? Will it fall few numbers before going up or another dump? Well, at the moment we definitely have a break. If this is a big wave 3, it's a bit of a weak wave 3, no? So it does increase probabilities for the potential ABC. Still have a daily here, invalidation for a wave 4 down here. So the probabilities are definitely there to potentially move down, but want to see a bit more price action. But yeah, it's one of the options, no? One of the options. Because for a wave 3, you want to see strong continuation of very high volume. It is a Friday, so if price cannot find its way, for a bigger wave 3 to the upside, and we start ranging here during the weekend, the probabilities are higher probably, from an Elliott Wave point of view. So if price is just going to remain here, right? First of all, if you're going to enter back into this range, then probably during the weekend, you're just going to go and continue the range. But if we are, by the end of the day, still here, one can imagine a range forming. And then on Monday, you grab the highs and move down, or the other way around. Because the weekend tends to be rangy, like a ranging environment. Where's the thing supposed to resist? It's a high of the daily gap here. That's one of the things that I was looking for. Hello, I opened my short 41,369. Can you tell me where it's going to drop? We don't know. Because else I would be probably how do you call it? Like I would have my glass thing. We don't know. That's the beautiful game of trading. We trade probabilities, and based on statistics, you should know your risk to reward ratio. So if you enter and you have your stop loss somewhere, you should know your target based on statistics. 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 5. Based on statistics, you should know your most profitable target. Because the beautiful thing is we don't know what happens, but we can only trade the probabilities. So if you're in a short from 41.3, which is pretty much here, 6.9, so that's a good, decent entry. Now, I don't know if you're a scalper, day trader, or a swing trader. Also depends, right? But manage it well. That's all I can say, right? Make sure you manage your trade well, and hopefully you end in profit. But we don't know. We don't even know if it's going to go down, right? We just wait for a range to form and get more information. Long outros are bad for the algorithm. Yeah, because people the intro is starting. I click to the next one, next video. If you ever ask an intro, I'm unsubscribing. Exactly, you should. DCA, that's one of the strategies. Yeah, the music, DJ. So best free indicators to analyze. You can use anything. That depends on your plan, because any indicator still needs experience to use it. So if you have RSI and you get an RSI divergence, it's not a setup per se, right? It's in the context of what price does, if it is a relevant or not a relevant divergence. Same with CVD. But if I can recommend one, I will always recommend CVD. By far for me the best indicator on the whole whatever CVD divergences. That's my personal favorite. I don't use anything else than CVD. So I'm biased towards CVD, but of course RSI can work, MACD can work, a lot of indicators can work as long as you have experience with it. But for me, CVD is the best, and on the channel I have a video as well. If you look for CVD, this is where I explain the whole thing. And also here you have the Good to Know channel, the link right to the website, the one pager with the video as well, right? Click here, and my template that you can download. So, and that's why I like to keep an eye on CVD as well. And yeah. So here, right? price moving down, but CVD moves up, right? That's a bearish CVD divergence on the 3-minute. Of course, if we're in a wave 3 environment, you don't really want to see bearish CVD. Oh, we might actually get a little move. So, yeah. It's not as wave 3-ish as we like to see, no? Wave 3, big impulse, strong move, bullish CVD against resistance. So yeah, there's definitely something to say for the ABCs here. Moving back inside the range would definitely increase probabilities to take the low. So does BingX has big trading spread? In my opinion, not. So, and with the size I trade, everything goes well. So open mouth thumbnails and intros, exactly. Yeah. You know, and then put your face, high contrast, you know, make a video with a mobile phone instead of your laptop. Can you explain leverage on exchanges? It's just you kind of like borrow money to increase your position size without using your whole portfolio size. So if you have $100 on your account, you can have a $100 position if you put $50 in with 2x leverage, which means you have a $100 position, but you keep $50 in your account to trade something else. Now, I only use leverage if my stop loss is lower than 1%, but I still want to risk 1% of my portfolio. So I need to go to 2x leverage in order to make that happen. So I'm not one of the people that trades 125x, if you know what I mean, right? But I risk 1%. And the moment my stop loss is shorter than 1%, I need to go to 2x leverage to risk 1%. So I calculate my leverage based on my stop loss. But leverage generally is, yeah, you kind of like borrow, quote unquote, money to go into a position and still keep something in your portfolio. So you can use that money for something else if you want. But if you use leverage, your liquidation will be closer to entry. The higher the leverage, the closer the liquidation. Can you make price prediction by end of 2024? Oh, end of 2024, probably around like 40K-ish. I answered this question the other day. For now, like when we're in June, we can reassess what price has done. But at the moment, probabilities are higher to stick between the range of like 50K and 30K for a while, because in 2021, we've been there for so long. So probabilities are very low to just push up. And even if you're looking for a wave C to the downside, you're still in the upcoming, probably like, 2 months, still be inside this range at least, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. So as long as we don't have a confirmation for a wave C down, end of the year, plus minus where we are now. And then when June hits, we'll see where we are. And mid 2025, that again, that depends on if you're at 10K or if you're at 40K by the end of the year or early 2025, and what has happened. So, but I recommend to check again on the homepage this playlist here, and then the recent video is from 4 days ago, and every week I upload a cycle, macro, and high time frame analysis. Mark the Dutch rudder. Oh yeah. Based on swing failure pattern, stop loss break even. Good job, Matthijs. Stop loss break even, and now you just very nicely wait. That's beautiful. Gooi brief in de bus, hey, hou er eens mee op. Skywalker talking Dutch as well. Almost 200 likes. You guys rock. Thanks. Mark and Moonboot Boy. They're like motivating everyone. Koen is lying. We all know his boss is Mrs. Koens. Yeah, true. Hi Koens, how are you? I'm doing very well. Thank you. Do you have a copy trader in BingX? No. I prefer, it has to do with what you're comfortable with. So I like to trade for myself, but trading for other people, right? Because that's basically what copy trading is. Yes, you can say people choose to be a copy trader. Yeah, that's true. But you do have the additional pressure, and it works on your psychology of trading other people's money pretty much. And I'm not really comfortable doing that. So, yeah, so it's just trading psychology, I suppose. Long and short trade, please. Up or down. I think Ashley is the best woman out there. She is. That's why I marry her, put a ring around it. Been trading prop firms these days. Ah, Viren, good job, good job. What you at? Where you at? Like, what firm did you choose? Cleverton, exploding to 50k. Yeah, that would be something. The countdown from top was a 5-wave move. A or 1 on the 3-min here. Yeah, so there's still ABC potential here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This, of course, is a very, very shallow retracement. So then preferably you still see a move up. Maybe another 5-wave move. This can then still be A, B, and C. We don't know. It can also be a 1, 2, 3 and we go down again. We didn't take... So we also have a double bottom now here at the low, right? There's not too much structural support here. The next structure is here. So on the... What is this? 3-minute time frame. But yes, that's true, Liquid Mafia. What's up, Hannah Rose? Welcome again. MXNA, crypto store for mobile on the side. Yeah, so oops. Look, this is accountant stuff. So I don't even know what he does. But if you earn money, I think in the Netherlands for now, they see it as an investment and not income. So yes, you might actually have less tax. But this is the great thing about having an accountant. And I know him very, very well for many years already. I don't have to like know about this. And some people undoubtedly will say if you're a business owner, you should know all about the taxes. But I like to hire experts that know about stuff that I, don't want to know or that's not my experience. So MX Nick, yeah, you might be correct here. So, but yeah, he just says like, this is what you have to pay, and then I just pay. And he's a great accountant. He's very, very good. So, yeah. That's a nice thing about having the first person I ever got was an accountant attached to my business. So the moment I started, in 2018 or no 2017 when I launched my first business, the first thing I did was find an accountant. Yeah. Can Bitcoin go back up to 41.5? It can, but this is the thing. We are now waiting for a range here to form, and yeah, we had some volume up. It's not really a wave 3 pump just yet, so there's definitely ABC potential. We have a daily above, but we do have some bearish CVD divergences locally and a double bottom here locally as well. With an 886 touch on the 3-minute. So taking the lows here at 41k pretty much is attractive. And yeah, maybe we do, maybe we don't. But that's the thing. We don't know. We don't know if it will go back up or not. We can only trade the probabilities. How do I find the most valuable metrics? I think that any metric is very valuable. But it depends on what you prefer to use and your experience with the metric. So RSI can be an incredibly profitable indicator, just like MACD, CVD, volume, or Fibonacci or other tools. Anything can be incredibly valuable and very profitable. But you will need to track statistics on the tool and learn all about the tool and how to use it in the context of the other tools that you use. So you can use volume with RSI, or volume RSI, horizontals, channels, and that's when it becomes valuable. RSI by itself is not valuable because you can't trade every divergence and all this stuff, but it's the context and the experience that will make it valuable. CVD by itself is not valuable. If you trade every CVD divergence, then likely you're a losing trader. But it's in the bigger context of your strategy that it can become a profitable tool. So I think the most valuable metric depends on what is interesting to you. New channel, only Koens. Yeah, I might actually start thinking about that. Maybe. Koen, I'm in the Bitcoin trade since 11:30. Fibonacci is on the 15-minute. 11:30. Hopefully long. If so, you were in profit. Or are. Depends if you closed or not, of course. But yeah, nice entry. If it's a long, of course, that is. Another Koen, by the way. It's quite a popular name in the Netherlands. Welcome, Koen. My name is Koen as well. Yeah. I have to go to sleep. Tante, thanks for being here. Welcome again. Your first time here. So I appreciate you coming by, and have a good night yourself. The next video, yeah, that will be 8 p.m. Central European time tonight. Yo, Cleverton, one more of these, and they were, it's great that you have your bias, my friend. Great that you talk whatever language that is, but you've posted this now probably 10 times. If I see another one, I'll probably mute you. FYI. So we now took the double bottom here, locally, right? On the 3 minutes, so that's nice. Good to see. Bearish CVD divergences played out that we just spoke about because price now took the low, right? And yeah, again, wave 3-ish. Not yet, not yet. A bit corrective. You want 4 new emojis because Koen doesn't care about emojis. Yeah, it's the logo. I know. Like, what if I would make emojis or have someone make emojis? Like, what do people want? What are people like looking for online? Like, I know on Twitch, I know the general theme on Twitch. Like what people have as emojis. Themselves in like a little avatar thing. So, but yeah, I don't know, for a YouTube channel, maybe. So. Nice little rejection though at the resistance. Filled the daily gap. Hit 41.4. There's definitely some flat potential, but let's see what happens. I'm still not too happy with the volume, even though on other platforms we might see increasing volume. If this is a wave 3, I do really want to see continuation, and the bearish divs don't really help, of course. So who knows? Maybe we have a pump and dump today before the weekend, and then by the weekend we're just gonna go range again. More. Non-Cleverton needs a mod in here. Yeah. He didn't say it again though. Not so far. I think there's some volume coming in on the 3 minute. Yeah. Yeah, solid. Move up. Move down. Still more than enough room for a wave 5, so, or a wave 4. But it's a very short 3 if that's the case. Low to the high to the end. Yeah, I mean, you only hit the 1-to-1, right? So if I would take the lower low here, so your wave 3 would be the same as 1. So yeah, seeing the rejection and the volume, we've been talking about it. It's definitely a potential. I'm green and it feels so good. That's what we like to hear. 2 dead, not bad. We win. Is it possible 4,800 and up? Depends on how 4,800 is approached. Only for a wave 4. If you look for 1, 2, and then we're now in a 3. Then you have a couple of 1, 2s, and then you want to see a 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. The problem is the moment you hit the 618 here, you kind of invalidate a wave 4. So the answer is yes if you look for an impulse. But of course you want to see strength. We are now at the structural support, I guess. Well, almost. A little bit of a 3-minute range here. But as mentioned earlier, you're at resistance here, right? Little bearish CVDs appeared. Volume is not great so far. If we're looking for a big wave 3 and a big push, usually wave 3, most impulsive, highest volume. So there's definitely something to say for an ABC here. But the 618 would confirm more. So yeah, a bit of a move, which is good to see at resistance, right? We still got the daily up here as well, 41.6k, which is also an interesting level. The thing that we did now is just fill the daily gap. Like this was the high for your daily gap, right? This is what we were looking for earlier. So yeah, very nice. And a little bit of a rejection from that level. Wait for a range, wait for clarity, but yeah, it's solid. For CVD, you look on the bodies, whole candles, because CVD is market orders, and you also have market orders in the candles, yes. 6 gear, yeah, chat reading, I know, I don't have that CVD on MACD. No, it's AGGR, it's another website, it's off platform. So it's here, charts.aggr.trade. It's in Discord, good to know channel. For everyone that is trying to join Discord, by the way. Probably some people are banned just because... Oh, nice, you banned as well. A little like scammer there. But we have the young accounts rule, which is to avoid bitches like these to scam you as. So... some scammers make brand new like accounts and constantly join. So we have a 3-day minimum age for Discord accounts to join. And if you don't, you get in the list. But I then personally unban you. He goes from chill bro to Tino on speed. Exactly. 10 more likes to reach 200. Is that 3 more? Holy moly. Anyone here trading gold? Not me, but maybe somewhere here. Yeah, someone here. Shirtless stream at 1k likes. Are we going to Only Koens? Should I change the name of my YouTube channel here? Only Koens. Only Koens trading. So we now hit the 302, which is still a target for a wave 4. Not to forget, right? The 618 is not hit. That is your invalidation for a wave 4. These fibs are pulled from this low to the high. Highest amount of volume in this move up, right, is this bit. So therefore, probabilities are highest. You got a couple of 1, 2s here. You're going to be looking for a couple of 4, 5s if you look for an impulse. So you want to see a new high on lower volume. If you make a new high on higher volume, you look for continuation. Or a wave C and you hit the 618. If price moves down, hits the 618, it invalidates a 1, 2, and then eventually a 4, 5. So, and especially if you actually take this high, which is just below the 618, because a 1 and 4 are not allowed to really overlap. But it's not the same degree. We're still looking for a few 1, 2s, then you have 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, bigger 4, bigger 5, if you look for an impulse. But now you're at the 302. 618, 40.5. It's just that the volume is a bit meh. Bearish divergences played out. Let's go to the 15. No bullish CVD. No bullish CVD. So I got to remain patient. The bearish local here played out. No, we don't have bearish CVD with the high though. So this was all very, very local, but preferably you want to see it with the high. So generally I like 15 minutes. Oh, the likes are now 207. Thanks everyone for taking the effort to move your mouse to that that thumbs up button. Is today upside leg with high volume? Not on my chart, but some other charts do have a bit of a higher spike in volume. So yeah, you have, of course, the impulse versus a wave C now. And the main difference is the 618 between the two. The last 3 days, we've had decreasing total volume. Please expand on how volume impacts price movements. In a nutshell, impulse, highest amount of volume by far most commonly is in your wave 3. Wave 3 is generally also the extended structure compared to 1 and 5. 1 quite often has low volume or even decreasing volume. Wave 2, decreasing volume. Wave 4, decreasing volume. Wave 5, of course, compared to 4 has increasing volume, but it's lower than 3. Now this is impulse 1. Holy moly. If you have an extended wave 1 and then a 2, 3, 4, and 5, highest volume will be your wave 1, right? And if you have an extended 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wave 5 has your highest volume, but these type of impulses are less common. Wave 3 being the longest and strongest is by far most common. And based on the volume, you can also determine like, yeah, okay, are we wave C-ish or 3-ish? The problem is that a wave C can really mimic a wave 3, like we had here. So that's why I always say wait for the range, because from an Elliott Wave point of view, it's just the smartest thing. This was an ABC. Now, if you look at the volume, you are going to be thinking like, holy shit, we are in a wave 3. But we were live here during the dump. And the only thing I kept saying is, wait for a range. We got the range. We hit the 0.618 taken from the high to the low, invalidating a wave 4 and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 impulse to the downside, increasing the probabilities for an ABC, increasing the probabilities to take the high, which then happened a couple of days after. So the safest thing after moves is waiting for a range, which of course most of the time you get a range. So, and that is what's nice. And yeah, maybe sometimes you'll miss a move because you wait for a range and you don't get a range. But move up, we range, right? Move down, we range. Move down, we range. Move down, we range, right? Yes, you don't catch the low, but I don't need to catch the low. I need to catch the 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% between the high and the low. This was another one here, right? So, yeah. Impulsive move down, we wait for the range. Quick move up, wait for the range. So, and also, of course, here. Up, range, up, range, up, range. So, yeah, if you get some moves, wait for a range. And it's still very early. If you see, we basically don't really have a range. And yeah, sometimes you'll miss a move, but yeah. I prefer to be safe than sorry, no? Yesterday upside, oh yeah. Can I sell Bitcoin now? You can sell if you want to, or you can hold if you want to. You can press the sell button at any time, but you can also press the buy button at any time. It depends, Trailblazer, on your strategy. So what is your plan? What is your strategy? As I'm not a financial advisor, you need your own plan. Was fun, but God, I hated all the trading rules. Can imagine they're pretty strict, no? I don't know what CFT, MFFX. I don't even know. Cortana funding next. Are these like different ones, or is this like 1, 2, 3? Okay, so you got 4. That's good. That's good. Proper trading, Viron. I mean, I think to pass the challenges as well, right? Can be a pain. Bit of support on the 382. 6 likes away. My first person I'm still paying my first person I trusted. Yeah, a lot of accountancy stuff is trust as well, absolutely. Moonboot boy. Yeah, time for my dinner donation, no? Crypto Aman, what's up? How you doing? Hi, can I ask again, why is the 0618 key so important? Because so why the 618 is important, right? If we look for an impulse, we look for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The common target for this wave 4 is between the 0.23, let me actually change the color here. Between the 0.236 and the 0.5 for a wave 4. If you have a wave A, B, and a C, and sometimes as shown, C can be very long as well, right? And can also be high volume. The main difference is that after a wave C, this happens. You do not get the 4 and another 5 up on lower volume. Because here, 3 generally has the highest volume, you get a 4 and a 5 on lower volume. If you end a move on high volume, probabilities are very high, and you move to the 618, probabilities are very high, it's a wave C. And not part of an impulse, because a wave, extended wave 1, extended wave 5, in this case, if the highest volume in an impulse is in the peak, it has to be an extended wave 5, but those are just less common to an extended 3. Probabilities are higher, you're dealing with a ABC. But even if the high is in your 5 and you move down and hit the 618, you're still going to have a bigger corrective structure. So generally, that's why the 618 is important. It's a wave 4 versus ABC. Hit the 618 and probabilities increase to take the low. In this example, of course, the other way around for taking the high. Yo, Mark, you want to be my financial advisor? Why does it say that there are 3 new members during this stream, while, as far as I know, there were only 2? Did we miss something here? Oh, we did. B channel. I just noticed. What the hell? B channel. Thanks for the gift, man. What the hell? I completely missed this. I think it was because I thought maybe a Band-Aid and... Yo, thanks for the gift. Skywalker, send me an email with your YouTube, Discord, Telegram username and I'll bump you up to silver. Right? You can thank B Channel. Thanks, B Channel, man. Whoa, I completely missed it, but luckily I still figured it out. So, yo, welcome to the team, Skywalker. There you go. The force is strong. It's actually nice finding a channel that doesn't share trades and doesn't overhype everything. How do I access your Discord? First of all, thank you. It's difficult for me to pronounce your name, so I don't know how to call you. Can I... Kuta here? Kuta? The Discord is in the description, under the social media title. You're welcome. Everyone is free to join. So 302 acting as a little bit of support at the moment. No, price moving up. No divergences. It's all neutralized. The bear diffs played out. We got the move to the downside here to take the lows. And as always, we wait for a range. If price would move up on increasing volume, we look for higher. So, if we get a range and probabilities become very wave C-ish, or we hit the 618, we're going to be looking for price to move down. Eggplant emoji. An eggplant emoji? Mark, are you an editor, or I will make you some emojis? I mean, you need like Photoshop and editing stuff for that, no? Vrijmibo. Vrijdagmiddagborrel. What, by myself, Tim? I rarely ever drink, of course, so I got my water. I already started my Vrijmibo. For the non-Dutchies, Vrijmibo is Friday afternoon drinks. CPE data, bad. Where is the C? What do you mean, Merci Manu? Marker 30 min and is all. He said beaches. Can I join Discord? Yes. The link is in the description. Everyone is free to join there. It's a public Discord. I'm also active in Discord, by the way. So I always read the Bitcoin TA channel and of course the other channels as well. And answer questions as long as I can before I maybe one day need help if it gets too much. I'm here for the limited edition Koen's red hoodie from last week giveaway. Yeah, put a signature on it and then send it. That would then you need what's it called, merchandise, and then get some cool designs, put some signatures on it. When I was a I don't know how many people here know. Probably most people know, as I guess most viewers are subs here. But of course, I was a professional gamer in the past for 11 years, and yes, I played for Team Acer, the company Acer. And at a given moment, Acer got me a box of 50 t-shirts, 50 of my t-shirts that I signed, and then I could use those t-shirts for giveaways, which I did. And I don't have any packed t-shirts left. They're all gone. And also at events, when people come to events, we always had some stuff that we could give to fans that we could sign, or you have fans coming to you with their shirt and their caps and their whatever not that you sign, so yeah, fun times. Super glad that the gift guy actually talks. Yeah, not a lurker, actually active. What happens if it's going to invalidate with the 618? Higher probability, you're going to take the low because as long as you don't get a 4 and a 5 on lower volume, probabilities are higher for an ABC if you would move to the 618 now and then take the low. It's just probabilities, because then the probabilities are higher for a 3-waver compared to an impulse. And also, of course, if you do get a range, if this is your one and look, let me get a scenario here. So for an impulse, ta-da, 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 ta-da. You're going to look for 1, 2, right? Couple of 1, 2s here, or you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, but this is very shallow. So arguably a few 1, 2s. Then you get the wave 3 push. You want to see a couple of 4, 5s, then a bigger 4 that is comparable at least to this wave 2. Can be a bit shorter because wave 2 WXY, but preferably around the same length. And then another move up. So 1, 2, 1, 2, la la la, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, couple of 4, 5s, get a bigger 4, 5, grab the highs, and then move down. Now this wave 3, of course, at the moment is very shallow. The 1 to 1 from the low to the high of 1 or A to the low of 2 or B is about here. So if this is the end of your 3, it's a very short one. Now the minimum rule for a 3 is it's not allowed to be the shortest wave. So wave 5 has to be shorter, or if you take it from the low to the high to this low, then this push is longer. But yeah, for wave 3, of course, it's not ideal. You usually, wave 3 is the strongest, longest. And the 1.618 is generally a target that you like to hit. But for now, we are getting a little bit of a range here, right? 382, target for 4, no? 05, still a target for 4, 618. Yeah, preferably we don't see that one hit. If you're, at least depends on your plan. My likes are stuck at 4. It's currently 226 here on what I see. 3 hours and counting, 3.5 hours and counting. Jeez, long on Bitcoin? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on your plan. For dinner sauce, if sweet trade plays out, lunch on me. Yeah, we are for the dinner sauce. There we go. Can buy myself a dunner. I like the Moonboot Boy. Do you eat dunner? And if so, what's your favorite? Do you have the... Wait, I don't even know if you can order that. Capsalon, is that a thing where you live? Spain, right? You said. No? Is Capsalon like a thing? Is this a 24-hour stream? Well, not yet, but there will be a moment we're probably going to be online for 24 hours. For dinner sauce. If SUI trade plays out. Lunch on me. Hell yeah. Ah, Moonwood Boy paying the dinner sauce. Dinner is my cheat food, as he knows. I like dinner. Thanks, Moonwood Boy. MBB, what's up? Thanks. Bye, son. Gotta go. Duty calls. What's up, Mark? See you later, man. Thanks for hopping in. USA are going to reverse it. Maybe the market closes in opens in 15 minutes, but they can also continue it, no? So at the moment, we just wait for a range, and yeah, as long as price continues on increasing volume, we're going to be looking for higher. If we get a range, and especially if you hit the 618, but if you get a range and signs are bearish, it's going to take very long. Weekend is coming, right? Long weekend range, and especially if you hit the 618 before taking the high, probabilities increase for more downside later. But yeah, we didn't yet. Koens isn't trading his lunch plan. Oh, here. I see Viron. My funded Cortana. All these three funded, but funded next, still in challenge. I see. Well, you're doing a great job. That's what I like to see. Congrats, Viron. Impressive. Keep it up. Keep it up. Jabs, what's up? I missed you, Skywalker. What's your Elliott Wave theory for the 1 hour time frame? Well, we went over it in the analysis, but now that the bearish scenario we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right, for one more low is invalidated because you have overlap between this low and that one on my chart here. It's actually interesting. Let's have a look here. Also here, yeah. So so because it hit the 41.444k level, it invalidates that impulse to the downside because overlap between 1 and 4 is not allowed. Now a diagonal also doesn't work, so you can't have an expanding diagonal here. So if you look for a 1, 2, and then a 3, 4, 5 in a diagonal, because you have overlap, right? The only thing you can think about in a bearish structure is a diagonal. From the low of 1 to the low of 3 to the high of 2, you hit the channel. So then you have to think about expanding diagonals. Your problem is that your wave 3 is lower or shorter than your wave 1, so you can't have an expanding diagonal. So that decreases the probabilities for those bearish scenarios, increasing the probabilities for a relief rally, either continuation or, that's what we keep an eye on, of course. So either 1, 2, and then right? And eventually you get an A, you get a B, and a C. Highest probability is that this is an A or 1 at the moment. Or we have A, B, C. Your target area for C is this area. And then we have a potential flat, where you're still going to take the low before continuation. In other words, taking this low increases the probabilities that any move up is corrective and you go down, even if you get an impulse in C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's pretty much it on this time frame at the moment. Now, if we're looking for wave 3, we're of course looking for strong continuation, high volume, flip the resistance that we have here into support. And we remain patient for a range. At the moment, it's not as impulsive, right? Yeah, we have a bit of a move, but it's nothing special. So, yeah, we therefore remain patient, but that's pretty much it, yeah. And now we retrace 39. What can be the scenario to fill this? 39.2 and then up again. You're either looking 39.2. What's that from a fib perspective? That's the 786. That's very deep. So I won't be looking for a double zigzag. If you go to 39.2 and you want to see upside again, you got to be looking for an A, B, C or a 1, 2, 3, meaning a flat. But it's not looking too great for this to be a flat at the moment. So, but then if you're looking for a flat, A, B, C, preferably your C ends below A, so you could go to 39.2 before a move up. But from an Elliott Wave point of view at the moment, that is not the highest probability scenario. Thanks, Dealey, as well. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. It's it's has a calm personality in a way. It depends though. If I started a YouTube channel when I started trading, holy moly, I would be probably one of the most emotional guys on YouTube. But yeah, learn my lessons. Gone back up to 44k. Not yet, but it's moving to the upside bit by bit. With, you know, we at resistance. We want to see the resistance taken. It's pronounced as Yannis. Okay, there you go. Yannis. What language is this? Yannis. Yannis. Okay, I need to remember that. Yannis. A fib retracement from downside more likely to happen if you see on a larger candles. A fib retracement from downside. So from there to there is more likely to happen if you see on larger candles. Yeah, that's why I had the fib on the chart and the 382 bounce just now. So it's important. Yeah, those are your support areas. Puff, 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 puff. Looks like a fractal of the 1 day time frame. What's up, Blaster? How you doing? Of the 1 day time frame on the 1 minute here. I'm usually not that active on the 1 minute because it changes so quickly. But it would be interesting confluence between the daily and the 1 min. Monday and weekly are still in a downtrend. Yes and no. It depends on your time frame. Yeah. So yes, because you didn't take all-time high. No, because locally you have an uptrend. So it depends on what you look for. If we're in a downtrend or an uptrend here, it won't help me in my position. So here we are in an uptrend. But from here, yeah, you might be in a downtrend. But if you say we're in a downtrend, we're in a downtrend, we're in a downtrend, downtrend, we're going to have a problem, right? Because of the shorts being stopped out. So yes, you could say indeed downtrend, but you can also say uptrend. It probably depends a little bit on your plan as well. I sell 4,200. I wish you the best. Discord link expired. Did you make a new account? Because it works. Many people come in also probably today. If I go to, yeah, here. So these are all the news 6 minutes ago, 7. Probably I need to unban you because you have an account younger than 3 days. No, you're not in here. If you can't, then what I can do is, oh, there we go. What do you mean by taking the low when the 0.618 is hit? Because it increases probabilities. This is a 3-wave structure instead of a 5-wave structure. And when you move from a low up in a 3-wave structure and then hit the 618 to invalidate a wave 4, this becomes a corrective structure. And the moment the probabilities are higher, this is a corrective structure, the probabilities immediately are higher to take the low sooner or later. So then downside becomes preferred. Oh, and ETH. Oh yeah, we haven't looked at ETH. Of course, mainly on Bitcoin. Tough, cool bro, this guy. If I'm gonna... what does that indicate? It indicates that for now the 0.5 is holding as support. It's mainly about the confluence. So you use the 0.5 with maybe a previous range or other tools, volume. The 0.5 from an Elliott Wave point of view, depending on your pool, because you need to have Elliott Wave knowledge to pull the fibs correctly. Because so the 0.5 to the 0.786 is a wave 2 target area. If you pull the fibs correctly from the start of a 1 to the end of a 1, it's of course not any fib you pull is a wave 2 if it reverses in that area. So by itself, having a bounce on the 0.5 twice doesn't mean much. It's in the context of other stuff. Beef dinner with extra spicy sauce and no tomato. I see. Yeah, me too. Also beef dinner. I like spicy sauce as well as garlic. And tomato is no problem for me. I definitely do love dinner. Maybe a banner, I don't know. 41.6 for $1 billion in leverage long liquidations. Jeez, that's interesting, no? Are you using a logarithmic chart? No, this is the linear one. Behind my webcam here, this is the button, the A, auto, L, logarithmic. You can see small difference on, off, log, linear, log, linear. So I use log, especially on the lower time frames, yeah. My email, koenstrading@outlook.com. It's in the it's on the about page on YouTube. If you click on the join button below the video, you'll also see it in the bits and pieces that I wrote. But just the name of the channel, koenstrading@outlook.com. Almost done for today. I will be getting my Framebo soon. Nice, a little bit of a break. Pleasure, Dealy Crypto. Pleasure. Good question. Beef dinner. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, Tim, maybe we should eat dinner together. I don't know. This weekend, am I going to be on that side of the Netherlands? What do I have? Oh, no. Tomorrow I have something in Rotterdam. By the way, also tomorrow there won't be an update in the afternoon, and maybe not. Maybe the afternoon, but not the evening, or both not, because I have a New Year's reception in Rotterdam. Maybe a Band-Aid. Welcome to the team. What's up? Welcome to Silver. Send me an email, of course, koenstrading@outlook.com. But yeah, welcome to the team, man. Welcome to the Silver Squad. Yeah. Am I muted? No, you're not muted. But YouTube is strict with certain words. And depending on the words, some of the words also on the channel are banned, but usually it's YouTube. But yeah, maybe a Band-Aid. There he goes. Silver Squad. It doesn't, of course, it doesn't mean the badge, by the way, becomes silver. It's bronze because of the first month of membership. The second month is silver, and then eventually it gets gold and green and all sorts of colors. But yeah, welcome to the team, man. Just joined. What's up, Kevin? What are the short-term possible trace backs? I mean, the biggest trace back would be that this move up is ABC, and you're going to hit the 618 and move further down and continue ranging for the weekend. If we do not get a significant move up or down before the weekend, likely we're just going to continue in the range, pretty much. There's not too much support below. Yeah, we got a few fibs, a little bit of structure here on the lower time frames. CVD is not showing anything at the moment. Oh, well, a little bit of bearish, but that's with a red candle. Arguably a little bit of bearish CVD, but on the 1 minute, yeah. But not, yeah, so nothing really on the 15. But if you hit the 618 here, 40.5k, and especially if you get back inside this range and you the range is accepted again, yeah. This is your SR area now. So that's for like tracebacks. Resistance, we are at resistance here, and we also have a daily above. This point of control has been passed, potentially can still act as support, so we just keep it on. We still have a daily naked point of control down here, 39.2. Resistance above, daily, 42.6 and 7K as well. Important resistance. So there's definitely a few levels up and down that are interesting targets. Greets from Limburg. Oh, there you go. Do you know my family name is from Limburg? Schobbers. Sittard. My grandma came from Sittard, I'm pretty sure. Geleen. I was already wondering. My family name, my grandma and grandpa came from Geleen. But I now live now I live in North or South Holland, but I grew up in Brabant. But welcome all the way from Limburg. Not doing alts at the moment. I also have to have lunch soon. Doing a lot in the market, yet want to be not sure where to start. First of all, I think your $500. First of all, if you're a starting beginning trader, if that is what you can lose, it's okay. I would recommend, if you're starting at 500 is the maximum you can spend on trading at the moment, I would probably reduce it to 50 or 100. Because if you're new, you're likely to lose. And I tend to call it like your college tuition, your college fees. You're learning by spending some money and doing some things, but preferably you make your learnings as cheap as possible. So if you want to start trading, there is 6 steps, everyone, right? So try as many tools online as you can, trading view tools, trading view indicators, find the ones that you sync with, right? That takes experience, so it will take a while to learn the tools and then use them on the chart and see how they work. But that's where it really starts. And at the beginning, I wouldn't really trade too much. I would probably put more time in joining a community, talking to them, trying to learn from others, and try as many tools and indicators so that you up your knowledge. And then based on your knowledge, of course, in time, you gain some experience. And after you tried out some tools and you found a few that are interesting to you, then pick your favorite ones and build some statistics in Excel. So what happens if the VWAP gets hit, or this Fibonacci level, or the daily, or what happens if this would have been traded? What's how far do I put my stop loss? What would be TP? What's the percentage bounce from this level? And how does it react? And so you get data on the tools, then you combine some of these favorite tools to build a strategy. And then we have the other steps, but this is where I would start. I would not recommend demo accounts because you don't learn trading psychology with a demo account because people just YOLO. So use money, but I always recommend to start very slow and very low, because at the beginning, probably your trading psychology is not ready yet. You don't really yet have experience or a plan. And of course, we all want to make money, but the money will come if you're patient and work on experience with the tools and eventually build a bit of a strategy. The money will follow. But it's definitely not a get rich quick type of industry usually. Where are you from? I'm from the Netherlands. If we'll take the high from 41, it could be 5 ways and then local bottom. If we take the high, it can still be wave C. Because, so A, B, and if we're looking for a C, then arguably you have a few 1-2s here, right? So this can just be a wave 4 that is matching with a lower degree wave 2. So you can still have a 4 or 5. You're still in wave C target area. Also the daily here is still wave C target area. So it does. If you take this high, there's no guarantee that the low is in. You want to see continuation if we're looking for an impulse. Louise, what's up? If you're in my shoes, where would you look to TP? Look, I know what happens now. You're going to put your TP at the places that I'm going to call, probably. So first of all, it depends on your plan. Depends on your strategy. Depends on your risk-to-reward ratio. Depends on your identified areas of resistance. The only thing that I will put on my chart is this. These are my levels of support. Actually, the current weekly point of control is not very interesting. You can also remove the current monthly, really. These are areas of support and resistance that I have on my chart. Where you would decide, or I would decide, to TP, and and does someone TP when a level gets hit, or do they wait for a range and then TP if they see weakness? Do they TP after, there's many reasons to TP as well. So I can't, of course, answer the question, as it depends on your style. But yeah, these are some of the levels that I have on my chart. 1:25 a.m. in Australia. Holy moly, Daniel. Look at you go. Die hard. Mahir, Bangladesh, welcome. Tim, zondag zou je de verjaardag met familie vanavond zou kunnen. Rotterdam ligt op de route, toch? Ja. Ja, ligt op de route, ja. So his kid has her birthday this weekend. If you come to Rotterdam with Zoe, rumors say that if we have 240 likes, any Bitcoin consensus will pass by to say hello. Yeah, it's cool sometimes that Andy pops in and leaves a message. He's a great guy. Really appreciate that. Pleasure, Kevin. It's 10 minutes from my home. 10 minutes. You mean Rotterdam? Rotterdam is 25 for me. Still online as always. What's up, Lucas? Yeah, I know. Almost 4 hours. Demo the first 2 years. Yeah, so I don't recommend demo, but I would recommend that lower the budget, yes. The reason I don't like demo accounts is because you don't train your psychology, which is very important in the beginning as well. But 500, if it depends, of course. If you have like 100K on the bank, then $500 won't mean much. But then still, why would you pay more money for your training if you're new and you train with the charts and experience? Why pay more if you can pay less? Usually it's because greed is a thing. I can make money. I want to try to maximize what I can earn. If people win with a low amount of money, they're like, yeah, shit, I could have had 5K if I traded with a 1K account instead of 500 or 100. But that's the wrong way of thinking. That is a trading psychology mistake. That is when greed kicks in. So in the beginning, it's much more important to build experience and a strategy, and then work on trading psychology while you're at it as well. This guy, this is the 100th time. So fate ups, okay. I like, holy moly, mate. Like, the only thing this dude has said so far, like probably 15 times, is that. So I already warned him earlier, but well, there you go. Mark, to Rotterdam, maybe you could do a BingX trading soon. So what's that? How do you start? What are the basics? I mean, most of the trading platforms are all the same, pretty much. It's just small differences, but they're all very much the same. So yeah, that's why I generally don't really make a whole video, because people know, like, oh yeah, this is the leverage, this is where to enter, and maybe one day, but at the moment I don't yet have like a video like that. TP belongs in the toilet. It's good to TP, but as long as it's part of the strat, yeah. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it, man. 7K. It's crazy, eh? From Geleen to my home. I see. Yeah, Limburg, Geleen. That's where my grandparents came from. From India, welcome Vishnu. I also think everyone needs a bigger loss than they are fine with before the trading psychology will fully kick in. Probably. They need to taste. And hopefully that loss then leads to shit, I have to learn something and not revenge trading. Or it will just be a bigger loss and eventually your account is back to zero and you're like, okay, I need to learn something now. Do you have a good alternative? Well, so I use BingX myself, but it's non-KYC. So you can still register, I believe, and still make an account as long as you don't KYC. So I think if I would go to the BingX website, you'll see a window that says you're from an area, la-di-la-la, and then there's click here to register or click here something. And then I can just log in, non-KYC. For me, it's just still the best platform, and the regulations are becoming a bit of a pain in the ass, of course, in the Netherlands in general. Sometimes with some of the platforms. So I don't know, good alternative. I wouldn't really know what other platforms are great in the Netherlands. So okay, for now it's okay. I don't know if like Bybit is of course a popular platform. Binance I think doesn't work anymore, right? So yeah. Gary, do you? No, I never actually invert my chart. I've never done that, but I'm also very unbiased. It's just whatever the waves tell me. Some people do it to indeed remove bias, but I've never had problems with the bias. Just to see the chart in an opposite light. I think it's interesting sometimes, but it's generally not really something I've done. But Gary. Maybe we should analyze the chart sometime, flip it around, and then analyze from zero. Not open any of the folders and just analyze the chart. Inverted. It could be interesting. The barber. Okay. There you go. Moonboot boy. Gonna be a gabber, as we say in the Netherlands. Oh. I think it's a good moment. Yeah, maybe he was waiting for 4 hours. Guys, I'm gonna end it. What the fuck? Looking down at the street and stuff as well. But do you think more upside as long as you don't get a bigger range and solid resistance? Yes. Or as long as you don't hit the 618, then yes. We wait for a range. If you keep pushing on higher volume, we look for higher. If you hit the 618, we look for lower. We still have resistance up here. This is still a wave C target area. So yeah. Holy shit. I doubled my trading wallet since yesterday. Congratulations, Sylvester. Very impressive. How to group your folders in TradingView. Daily point of control is wave 5's target. You mean this level, the daily here? It's not necessarily a wave 5 target, potentially for a C, but we have to still observe the reaction here. Yeah. The folders are grouped with, you just have a horizontal line. If I would do this, look what happens. You see a few lines here. That's these lines. So it's just a horizontal line on the chart, right? Like this. And then I just rename this to stripes. And ta-da, got myself a new little thing. So I can organize my chart this way. Yeah, that's how I make it happen. So that's how I can create the subdivisions in my object tree. So there you go. Okay, everyone. It's time for me to have some lunch. It was great hanging out with all of you. Let's see what price does, right? We got the daily just above. We know what to look for. Look, as long as the 618, if price takes the high, by the way, before touching the 618, we're just going to move the fibs up, right? But we do, by the way, have to pull them from lower then. So if price moves up first, then we have to move them to the downside. So yeah, let's see what price does. No, got some resistance. We know what to look for, and yeah, we'll see. No, so thanks everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you spending some time on your Friday. Tim, enjoy your vrijmibo as well. And I'm going to catch you at the next one. Tonight at 7 p.m. Central European Time, another normal update. So just a normal 10-minute video, right? And yeah, let's see where price is when the weekend hits.